If you enjoy this video, please consider giving a thumbs up. It really helps the channel. And if you have any ideas for future videos, share them in the comments section below. And if you'd like to support this channel, you can find details of Patreon in the description and on my channel homepage. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. You can have a sense of walking through woodland while it's raining, and while you amble along through that woodland, you can hear the sound of the rain hitting the leaves overhead, and the sound of the rustling of those leaves in the slight breeze. And as you walk through this woodland, so you can hear each footstep that you take, and you can smell that fresh smell of the rain-soaked woodland around you, and occasionally notice some of the raindrops making it through the canopy and splashing down on the dirt around you, around the floor of the woodland. And while walking through this rain-soaked woodland, you can be aware of how peaceful and calm the experience is. Being absorbed in your own thoughts as you continue to wander. And while you continue to wander through this woodland, so you can notice the light at the end of the woodland, the light from a clearing, and you continue to walk towards that clearing. And as you walk towards that clearing, so you can hear the sounds of some of the birds in the trees, the occasional singing of a bird, and as you walk out into the clearing, you can have a sense of putting an umbrella up before fully stepping out into that clearing. And as you walk out of the woodland into the meadow, noticing the way the smells change as you enter this meadow and can smell the smell of the wet grass, the enhanced smell of the flowers as that water enhances those smells of the various flowers. You can see off in the opposite direction of the sun the most vivid and beautiful rainbow arching across the sky. As the rain clouds begin to disperse and thin out, and yet there's still some light rain in the air as the sun shines through that rain, creating that most beautiful, vivid arch of colour across the sky, and the sound of the gentle pitter-patter of the raindrops on the umbrella, the feeling of the slight breeze on the umbrella as you adjust your grip to hold that umbrella steady above your head, keeping you dry underneath that umbrella. The slight sploshing sound of each footstep as you continue to walk along this path through the meadow. Still ambling along slowly and gently and peacefully, feeling the slightly cool breeze on your cheeks, breathing in that fresh air, while feeling very comfortable in the clothes you've chosen to wear in this environment. Seeing off in the distance as the rain continues to pass by, the greying effect of the rain falling on distant hills. Almost like there's a haze over there. And continuing to follow this path, heading down the hill through this meadow, approaching a stream that's rougher than usual, with the extra water flowing down that stream from the rain. Walking along the edge of the stream, the bubbling sound of the stream as it churns and flows alongside you while you walk alongside that stream. And continuing along the stream towards the footbridge. And encountering a large puddle in front of the footbridge. And so carefully navigating around the puddle, stretching over the puddle to the steps of the footbridge, and walking over that wooden footbridge, aware of the change to the sound of the footsteps, aware of how this wood of this footbridge sounds different to when you've crossed it during dry weather. As you walk over the rain-absorbed wood, walking over that stream, doing a large, almost jump step over a puddle the other side of the footbridge, with a slight splash of your foot as you land on that path, and continue to so peacefully and comfortably amble along the path, down towards the road into the village, arriving at that road, hearing more sounds of birds singing, as you notice that the rain has stopped falling on the umbrella. Shaking off that umbrella a little, putting the umbrella down, and just carrying that umbrella, and feeling the warmth of the sun that's breaking through those clouds, warming your cheeks. Noticing the way the sun is warming the road in front of you, the way the water is beginning to evaporate into mist before your eyes, and as you look around yourself, noticing that mist beginning to rise up from the fields around you as you continue to follow this road towards that village. And arriving at the village, walking along the pavement into the village, seeing a couple of people out and about. They've perhaps only just come out after the rain had stopped. But knowing that going out while it was raining meant that you were able to have such a peaceful and calm walk without too many distractions of other people that you may have encountered during your walk if you had gone at a different time. Aware that normally you encounter people walking dogs, people out on morning walks, but you're able to enjoy the most pleasant walk to the woodlands, through the woodland, around a path in the woods, and then back out through the meadow, over the stream, and back to the village. And now you arrive at your gate. You walk through the gate, through your front garden, up to your front door, into your front door. You take off your footwear at the front door. Take off your jacket. You place your umbrella down. You make yourself a warm, comfortable drink and relax down in the most comfortable chair. And as you relax in the most comfortable chair, so you decide to drift into the most pleasant reverie, the most pleasant meditation, closing your eyes, relaxing in that chair, and counting back to yourself from 10 to 9 to 8, 7, 6, becoming deeper, absorbed, drifting so peacefully. 5, 4, 3, 2, all the way, 1. So peacefully, so deeply relaxed, knowing this will help you sleep so well at night. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And you head to bed one day, and as you comfortably drift asleep, you start to drift deeply into a dream. And while you drift deeply into a dream, you begin to have a sensation of flying. And at first, You wonder whether it's a sensation of falling, almost like there's a slight jolt. But then you notice that it's actually a sensation of having jumped off of something and you're now flying. And as you fly, you're looking around yourself. You can see the clouds around you. You can see the blue sky around you. And as you continue to look around, you notice something unusual, that you're flying on the top of the most incredible mushroom, that this mushroom seems to have a very wide and flat top, and it seems to almost have a skirt beneath the top of the mushroom that helps with the lift of this mushroom, and a short, stubby stalk. And as you fly on this mushroom, just leaning left or leaning right, steers this mushroom left or right. Leaning forward makes the mushroom begin to dive. Leaning backwards makes the mushroom begin to rise up higher into the sky. And you notice that there's almost like a seat cut into the top of the mushroom that you're sitting on, with your legs hanging into a space within the mushroom. And while you fly on that mushroom, you can feel how soft and silky the outside of that mushroom feels. You can feel the breeze against your face. And occasionally you can notice the moisture against your face as you dive through clouds or pull up through clouds. And while pulling up above the clouds to get a greater look over your environment, you notice there seems to be some rainbows that seem to arch from one cloud to the next, and don't seem to be made in the usual way, because there doesn't seem to be any rain or any moisture to form those rainbows. And it doesn't seem to matter what direction you look. The rainbows just seem to be there. And you fly down and swoop around and fly between the arching rainbows, almost like it's some kind of a slalom competition, swerving left, swinging round through an arched rainbow overhead, looking at that rainbow as you pass underneath it and beyond it, swerving round right, passing through another arch of a rainbow, doing a loop in the air, twisting like a corkscrew to face towards some more rainbows, speeding up as you pass through those rainbow arches, swinging around through some more, diving down to lower rainbow arches. And after you've been through all the rainbow arches that you can see here, you fly beneath the clouds, flying over rolling hills of countryside and meadows and farmland, just gliding silently, effortlessly, enjoying the view, enjoying the experience, feeling the breeze on your face, breathing in that fresh, pure air. almost feeling so comfortable and as if you're drifting into the most pleasant, relaxed state of mind. As you swing around and you dive down in your mushroom between some arching trees, flying down through those arching trees, hearing the sound of passing those arching trees at high speed, watching them pass all around you like a green tunnel, before exiting the other side of those arching trees and pulling up, swinging around, surveying the landscape below, flying low to the ground, along a hilltop towards a cliff edge, and diving down the other side of that cliff edge, before swooping back up again as you approach the ground, and just enjoying this surreal experience, this lucid dreaming experience of dreaming of flying on a mushroom. Until eventually you notice a slight glistening light towards the horizon. And that glistening light gets your attention. You don't know if it's the sun reflecting perhaps off some water in the distance, or if it's an actual light. But you're curious, and so you fly over towards that light. And as you approach that light, so you notice that it seems to be a throbbing, pulsing light coming from the ground, almost like a circular light, like a cylinder, beaming light in pulses from a certain point on the ground up toward the sky. And you fly that mushroom closer and closer to the light. And as the mushroom nears the light, so you notice that light begins to change. And as it changes, so you feel compelled to move the mushroom closer and closer. And as the tip of the mushroom touches the edge of the light, so that light turns green, and the pulsing slows right down. And so you continue to slowly move your mushroom forward until the whole mushroom is within the green light. And then you notice it's as if the mushroom goes into autopilot and it begins to land itself into that space beneath that green light. It lowers itself down, and you feel a slight spongy feeling, just the slightest sensation, as the stalk of the mushroom touches the ground and gives slightly, as it seems to fully connect with the ground, as if it's pushed itself ever so slightly into the ground. And then the green light fades away, and everything around you is still. And you climb down off the mushroom, and you notice that the mushroom has planted itself in this spot. You can notice that it seems to be passing roots out from the stalk down deeper into the ground below, fixing itself in this position. And then you notice some small mushrooms beginning to spring up around this larger mushroom. And this larger mushroom begins to grow taller. The cup stays the same size, but the stalk begins to extend. And the mushroom grows taller and taller and taller, almost like a tree towering overhead. And you sit yourself down beneath that mushroom as it comes to a halt, resting your back against the stalk. And you close your eyes. And you begin to count down from 10 in your mind as you drift and float so peacefully, so deeply, so relaxed asleep. From 10 to 9 to 8 to 7 6 5 4 3 2 1, all the way, so deeply, so peacefully asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my words or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, you can have a sense of being at home and getting yourself dressed up in some warm clothes, ready to go out. And as the evening is setting in outside, you get the most comfortable, warm jumper on. You overlay that with a thick, warm coat. You make sure that your neck and your ears are wrapped up warm, and the top of your head is wrapped up warm. And then, as the last of the sunlight is passing, you leave your front door. And after leaving your front door, you wrap your hands up warm in gloves or mittens, and you begin to walk towards the seafront. And it's a long but comfortable walk. You can breathe in that fresh, cold air, feeling the way that cold air flows in through your nose, feeling as it passes down into your body, and breathing warm air back out, seeing your breath in front of you, hearing your footsteps reverberate around you as you continue to walk towards the seafront, heading down one road and down the next, on a journey towards the seafront. Perhaps tucking your hands into your pockets to keep them extra toasty and warm. And within all these clothes, you feel almost like you're wrapped up so comfortably. And you continue walking until eventually you arrive by the seafront. You walk along the promenade next to the seafront, hearing the sea on one side as it gently rolls in on the shore, hearing people and the occasional bit of traffic on the other side. And you continue walking along the promenade until you reach a point where there are no longer any roads on one side of you, and all you can hear is the occasional person. As they walk past, you can hear the occasional person's footsteps, perhaps the occasional few people walking past having a conversation between themselves. And you can hear on the other side the gentle sound of the sea lapping on the shore. And once you've walked as far as you need to go, you turn off at some steps down from the promenade, down to the stony top area of the beach, hearing the change in the sound of your footsteps as you walk so softly along the promenade, barely making a sound, and then the crunching sound of walking on the stones and noticing how it's more difficult to walk along the stones, and so your rate of walking slows right down, and you comfortably crunch your way through those stones, and you walk down to the bottom of the stones, and as you walk down, so the stones get smaller and smaller, from those large stones at the top of the beach down to fine stones at the bottom of the beach, noticing the changes to the sound, how those larger stones at the top of the beach made a very different sound to the stones down at the bottom of the beach near the sand. And the increased sound of the water lapping on the shore. And you settle down on the beach in this location, sitting on the stones, pulling your jacket slightly around underneath you, under your bottom as you sit down, and resting yourself back onto your arms. And from here on the seafront, with all the lights of the town behind you, you have a better view of the night sky. You can see the twinkling stars overhead. You can see the moon low on the horizon just above the water, and the way the light of the moon is dancing on the gentle waves, like silver light dancing on a deep blue ocean. And a little way down the coast is a peninsula jutting out into the sea, and you gaze in the direction of that peninsula, just constantly checking over there, while also watching the stars overhead, watching the occasional satellite moving slowly across the sky, watching the occasional aeroplane blink its way across the sky. And then a flash catches your eye, and what you came here for begins. You see over on that peninsula a large firework exploding high in the sky over the peninsula, some distance away, so that after perhaps 20 seconds, when you hear the sound of that firework, it's just the faintest sound. And you watch as you see a red streak stretch into the sky before it explodes into a petal of red sparkles that gently fall and fade away as you watch as a silver streak heads into the sky and explodes in a petal of silver sparkles. And then they accelerate, the fireworks heading up into the sky, making multiple streaks timed just slightly after each other. As you see one large explosion of sparkles, of colour, and then another, then another, then another, and then a large one head up higher than that and explode in the sky. And then down near the horizon of that peninsula, you see some low fireworks dancing at the horizon. And you sit here and enjoy this firework display on the horizon, knowing that from this distance you get to enjoy the full display without the loud sounds or the crowds of people, just you relaxing on the beach, listening to the water gently lap on the shore, watching those coloured lights exploding in the sky. And you watch through to the end of the firework display. And as you watch, you can notice the way the light of the fireworks illuminates the water near the peninsula, illuminating that dark blue ocean. And then after the fireworks cease, you sit there a while longer, just in case there's any more fireworks. And after 5 or 10 more minutes of resting there, with nothing happening over on the peninsula, you know the display has ended. You lie back on the stones for a little while longer, just enjoying the relaxing sensation of listening to the waves rolling in on the shore, knowing you're wrapped up so warm, so comfortable. And then after a little while, you head back up the beach, back to the promenade. You walk slowly and relaxed along the promenade. You cut back down through the roads, heading all the way back home. And on arriving home, you open your front door, immediately feeling the warmth of the inside of your home on your cheeks. Close the door behind you. Take off all your outdoor clothes. Prepare yourself for bed. You head to bed. And as you relax in bed and begin to drift and float peacefully and comfortably asleep, You think about that firework display. You think about lying on that beach, relaxing, drifting and floating peacefully and comfortably asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And you head out one day, and it's springtime, and you walk down to a local park. And as you walk through that park, you can see people walking their dogs. You can hear the distant sound of children playing. You can smell the smells of the spring flowers. Notice all the colours of those flowers, so bright, so vivid. And the butterflies and the bees flying from plant to plant, dutifully going about their business as you continue to walk through this park, following the winding path through the park, heading down towards the pond. And as you approach the pond, so you have to pass through a gate that separates the main park from the pond, that stops dogs and other animals from getting to the pond. And you open that gate, pass through the gate, close that gate behind you. You walk around this large pond, and around the pond are some trees, and there are some areas of tall grass on the bank around the pond, and many areas where the grass is mown short. And then there are reeds in some areas, heading down from the bank into deeper parts of the pond. And in the middle of the pond is an island, and on that island you can see many ducks with their heads tucked under their wings, resting. And there's a tree on that island, just a small tree. And some of the ducks seem to be sheltering in the shadow of the tree. And occasionally ducks will waddle out of the water up onto that island, tucking their heads in and resting down and drifting asleep on the island. And you walk around to a bench that's on the bank of the pond. And as you sit on that bench, you notice how quiet this area is of people, that most of the people are enjoying the park. Very few people come into the pond area and enjoy the pond. And you gaze out over that calm water, almost like a slightly shimmering mirror. And you watch as 3 swans gracefully swim across the surface of that pond, almost like ice skaters ice skating and turning and spinning. And you watch as some male ducks are following a female duck. You can see how they're trying to impress that female duck. And you see the occasional bubble appear at the surface of the water as some fish pop their mouths up through the surface before disappearing back beneath the surface again. And you can feel the slight breeze on your cheeks. You can hear the rustling sound of the reeds as that breeze blows across the surface of this pond. And you can see fish in the pond, in shoals, seeming to be swimming on the spot, hovering in the pond. And a part of your shadow is stretched out slightly across the pond, and you notice that as you move your head and your shadow touches the edge of some of those shoals of fish, the fish dart away from that location. And then after a little while, they slow down, they swim around, a bit chaotic. And then they seem to realize it's safe, and they swim back to their location and continue hovering and just swimming almost on the spot. And you realize that the fish seem to be gathered in areas where the sun is most catching the water, probably warming, creating slightly hot spots in those areas of the water. And you take out a bag of fish food, and you throw a little bit of that fish food out onto the surface of the pond, and watch as many fish pop their mouths up to the surface to grab bits of that fish food. And then notice that some of the ducks are heading over your way, having noticed what you are doing. And you have some food for the ducks. And so you throw some of that food for the ducks onto the grass on the bank by the pond. And you spend a little bit of time feeding the ducks on the side of the pond and throwing some food for the fish in the water. And after a little while of relaxing and feeding the ducks and the fish, you sit back on that bench and let your eyes close so that you can enjoy just being here in nature. That this park is a bit like an area of sanctuary from all of the grey of the rest of the town. All of the buildings, the concrete, all the roads, the hustle and bustle of people and cars. And this large park with this pond is a welcome area of greenery, somewhere you can walk to, you can relax and just enjoy being with nature. And so, resting on that bench, you close your eyes and you just focus on listening to the sounds around you, the sounds of the birds flapping their wings in the water, sounds of the ducks quacking, the sliding, splashing sound of a bird arriving in the pond, the slight popping sound of fish poking their mouths above the surface before disappearing beneath the surface again, the rustling of the trees, of the leaves around you, and of the reeds along the water's edge and jutting into the water. Feeling your cheeks relaxing and softening, your breathing deepening and slowing as you just enjoy the experience of relaxing by the pond. And after a little while of relaxing by the pond, you open your eyes. Your eyes adjust over a minute or two, from being closed to being open with the sunlight. You leave this pond area, close the gate behind you, walk back through the park, and you head home. And that evening, as you climb into bed, snuggle up deeply and comfortably, and close your eyes, you begin to count down in your mind from 10. And as you do, you begin to form that image of resting by that pond on that bench, listening to those sounds, feeling what it feels like to rest by that pond, drifting deeper and deeper asleep from 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, all the way drifting peacefully and relaxed, asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And while I tell this sleep story, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, you can just have a sense of walking through a meadow. And as you're walking through this meadow, so you're thinking about where you're going, and where you're going is to visit an old lady who lives in a little cabin in the woods. And you've not visited her for many, many years. You remember visiting her when you were a child. but you haven't seen her since then. And then the other day, a letter arrived inviting you to visit, saying that they would like to see you, and you're unsure why, but you haven't seen them for so long that you really want to go and visit, to see what they're like now. You thought of them back then as being an old woman, and so you wonder what you would think of them now, wondering how old they must be. Because when you last saw them, you were a child, and you thought they must be nearly 100 back then. But now, as an adult, you're assuming they must have been younger, in the same way that it's common for all children to think that anyone over 40 is probably an old person. And so you walk through this meadow, pondering what they might want, curious what they'll be like, and whether they'll be as you remember. And while you walk, so you can notice the occasional bird of prey circling in an updraft overhead, scanning the meadow below. You can notice other birds flying around, some birds flying into trees, perching in trees, some birds landing on the ground, walking within the meadow. The way the wind blows the grass of the meadow and seems to make it look almost like there's a wave passing across that grass, so gently, so softly. Hearing the crunching sound of each footstep as you walk through that grass, treading down the grass as you go, before heading over towards a stile, climbing over that and into the woodland, and almost immediately noticing how the sounds change, that a lot of the sound is absorbed by the woodland around you. The sound sounds more compressed, more condensed as you walk, following a path through this woodland. And each footstep sounds more like a thud, with the occasional cracking sound of a twig beneath a step. And you can smell the smell of the mud. You can smell the smells of the trees around you. You can hear the rustling leaves above you, and the sounds of squirrels jumping from one tree to another, and the sounds of the scurrying around the trunk of a tree as squirrels are chasing each other, twirling around up and down, and jumping from branch to branch. And hearing the echoing chirping of some birds within the woodland. And after a while, you turn off the main path onto what is barely a path at all, heading down towards the old lady's cabin. And this path has roots from the trees sticking out across the path, making the path a bit more uneven. And so sometimes as you walk along, you lean your hand on the bark of a tree, feeling that bark beneath your fingertips, temperature, the roughness of the bark, the slight springy feeling of it as you apply some pressure, propping yourself up as you climb over some of the roots. And ducking under some overhanging branches, and pushing through other branches, until eventually you find a little clearing with a quaint cabin here in the middle of the woods. And you walk over to the front door of the cabin. You knock on the door of the cabin, and you wait for a few moments. You can hear someone walking towards the door, and then a little elderly lady answers the door and invites you in. And she says it's been a very long time since she last saw you. But when she last saw you, you were knee-high to a grasshopper. And you find that a strange saying, because you know no one has ever been knee-high to a grasshopper. But you greet her in kind, and she directs you to the seats in the living area. And you sit down in the most comfortable of seats, with a log fire crackling away beside you, a cat resting, sleeping on the floor in front of the fire. And the old lady makes you a drink, and she tells you that you had a very memorable impression upon her when you were much younger, and that now she's much older, and that she wanted to reach out because there's something that she thought you would really like when you were much younger, that she thought when she's much older she's going to give to you. And she reaches beside herself and picks up a box, and it's a large box, and she places that box gently on her lap, lifts the lid of the box, and takes out a really old book. And she says that you used to be fascinated by the fact that she seemed really old when you were younger, and that you seemed interested in the idea of history and of old things, and that she has this book, and she's now getting much older, and she wants to make sure that the right person continues to have this book, someone who may well appreciate it, that this book has been passed down through many generations of the family, but there's no further family to pass the book down through. And so she wants you to have it. And she hands you this old book. And you can feel that old book in your hands. And even before it's handed to you, you can smell that old book smell. And you see that this old book, as you turn the first couple of pages, says that it was published in the 1700s. And the book's titled The Book of Modern Knowledge. And as you look at the first few pages, you see the names of the previous owners written one below the next. You see an inscription from the father to their son, who is the first owner. And you look at the contents of this book, and you see that it seems to be sharing what was deemed the modern knowledge of wisdom and understanding the world at that time. And while you hold that book and begin to glance through it, you find it amusing that this book is about modern knowledge, and yet it's anything but modern. And after spending some time with this old lady, talking about the book, about the past, about her history, and saying that you'll visit far more frequently to learn more, which she really likes and hopes you'll visit many times in the future, you head back through the woods. You find your way all the way back home through that meadow. And that night, you're resting in bed with the blankets up over you, feeling snuggly. You read through some of that book before placing a bookmark in the page you've reached at the point you feel, I just want to fall asleep. And you place that book down beside you, and you comfortably and relaxed drift and float so peacefully asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And while I tell this sleep story, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, you can have a sense of walking into a grand library. And as you walk into this grand library, you can be aware of how quiet the library is, how everyone's footsteps sound so muted, with the dull thud of the footsteps on the carpeted floor, and the books absorbing any reverberation of the sound, and the occasional slight whisper of people in this library, unable to really make out what anyone's saying. And you walk into the library, and you look at a piece of paper that you've brought with you, looking at what it is you're looking for. And you've written down the title of a book. and you walk down the centre of the library, looking left and right, looking at the headings for the different book sections, until you find the section you're searching for. You find a shelf of books on consciousness. And you walk along that aisle of books, looking along that shelf, until you find the specific book you're trying to find. And it's a really old book on enhancing conscious awareness. You take that old, large book, you head all the way to the end of the aisle, and there's an ornate, grand-looking window up above the end of this aisle, a narrow window. And the slightest indirect sunlight comes in through that window, and you sit down on the floor, out of the way of anyone who might be walking around. You place that book on the floor in front of you. You sit as comfortably as you can, and you open that book, and as you do, you can notice the old book smell. You can hear the sound of each page as you turn it. You can feel the sensation of the slightly coarse, old paper as you handle each page, as it runs through your fingertips, as you gently turn those pages and hold the pages down with the thumb of your other hand. And you look through for the page that you're after. And you find a page with the heading, "The Practical Applications of Enhancing Conscious Awareness." And you begin to read this section. And as you read, so it begins to describe a process for focusing your attention, for reducing awareness of non-essential stimuli, to enhance awareness of that which is important right now, and a process of then working from that point to broadening out your awareness, so that your awareness is both narrow and wide at the same time. And the book goes on to explain what it means by this seeming contradiction about your awareness being narrow and wide at the same time. And then you get to the technique. You read through the technique a couple of times to internalize that technique so that you can follow it without having to read it. And then you place a bookmark in that page and close the book for a while, as you then close your eyes to try the technique. And with your eyes closed, you focus on your breathing. You focus on breathing in and breathing out. You focus on the top of your head. You focus on your ears, on the side of your eyes, on the sensations around your eyes, and the weight of those eyes. You focus on the sensation of breathing in and breathing out, the feeling of the air as it flows in and out of your nostrils. You focus on the feeling of the air on your cheeks, of the muscles relaxing around the cheeks, around the jaw, the cheeks seeming to get heavier and heavier. The sensations around the back of the neck, the side of the neck, around the throat, and those muscles relaxing. And that relaxation moving to the tops of the shoulders, down through the shoulders, down the shoulder blades, down into the back, into the upper back, and all the way down through to the lower back. And with each comfortable out-breath, deepening that awareness down through your chest, down through to your stomach, down your sides, down one arm and the other, all the way down to the tips of the fingertips on both hands, and allowing that awareness to spread down to your bottom, down your legs, all the way down to the tips of your toes. And as that awareness spreads so peacefully, so comfortably through your body, so a stillness begins to set in to your mind. And as that stillness begins to set into your mind, it's almost as if nothing else really matters. That you have an awareness of any other external sounds or sensations, but they're just like they're in the background, as if you're not even really aware of them. And that awareness focuses deeper and deeper onto just being present in the here and now, onto your ongoing experience. And then you follow that process of having a sense of a blue light channeling down from the sky into the top of your head, down through your head, softening, relaxing down through your neck, your shoulders, your arms, down your back, down to your bottom, down through your legs to the tips of your toes, out to your fingertips. And having a sense of that blue light, then very gently spreading out from where you are to touching the wall behind you, to touching the bookcases beside you, until the blue light spreads out enough to fill the library. And then that blue light continues to expand out through the town this library's in, and effortlessly continues to spread out, broader and broader, wider and wider, helping you to discover the secrets behind having a very wide, narrow focus, and the contradictions that seem to exist with that statement, that can only be experienced to be understood, that can't really be understood through vocalization and description, that's an experience beyond description. And after a while of having this experience, you carefully bring yourself back out of the experience. You take down some notes from the book before placing that book back on the shelf. And it's a book that's among the books that can't be taken from the library. And yet you've never found this book anywhere else to be able to try and get a copy for yourself. So you know you'll be back here in the library in the future to learn more from the book, to read through the whole book, to learn more about the contents, and really absorb and learn from this book in the future as you leave the library and you head home. And that night, as you drift and float so deeply and so comfortably asleep, you practice that same technique again while you fall asleep, and you find yourself drifting deeper and deeper into the most pleasant, most relaxed state of mind, drifting, dreaming and sleeping so deeply, so comfortably asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, you can have a sense of finding yourself camping in a savanna. And as the morning approaches, you can hear the sounds outside the tent in that savanna. You can hear the increasing sounds of birds and other sounds around you in this location. And you can notice the glow of the morning sun as it shines on your tent. As you feel so comfortable and so relaxed, waking up naturally in the morning, waking up just at the right point in your sleep cycle. As you awaken and you get yourself ready inside the tent, before unzipping the door to the tent, feeling the warmth from outside the tent, and then stepping outside the tent and setting up a little chair next to the campfire, lighting that campfire, hearing the crackling of the fire as the flames dance in front of you. Enjoying the environment while you cook up some breakfast for yourself, looking out over the view, seeing that pure blue sky, the occasional white wispy clouds high up in the sky. Looking down over different animals, down near a shallow lake in the savannah. Herds of animals. The unique looking trees dotted through the savannah. And the mottled grass, a mix of dark greens through to browns and yellows. And some areas that look like just mud and look very dry, and shrubs dotted around. And the smell of that breakfast you're cooking for yourself, and the sound of the breakfast cooking. And you eat the breakfast, have some drink, before packing away your tent, covering over and clearing up the campfire, packing away all your belongings into a backpack, and placing that backpack on your back, and continuing a journey of hiking through this savannah. And as you hike through the savannah, so you see this enormous bird of prey circling overhead, occasionally seeming to squaw, with its squaw echoing across the savannah. And as you continue through the savannah, so you notice there's the slightest trickle of a stream heading into that lake. And you walk towards the stream, but diagonally away from the lake. And as you arrive at the stream, you gather up some of the water in a bottle designed to filter and clean the water while gathering that water. And you can feel the coolness of the water, and are perhaps a little surprised at how cool that water is, given how warm the day is becoming as you approach the middle of the day. And you continue to walk through this savannah, following this stream, heading upstream. And as you continue to follow the stream, so the sun continues to pass across the sky. And you just enjoy your hike, enjoy the environment, enjoy the sights, the sounds, the sensations of walking so methodically, so peacefully, so calmly along the edge of the stream. And after some time, deep into the afternoon, you approach an area where the ground appears greener, with more grass and lush vegetation. The stream has broadened out slightly, and you can see beyond the distant trees and mountains, and you know that this stream starts in those mountains. But your goal for today is to head into the trees and to walk deep into those trees, to find somewhere to camp for the night, before continuing your journey the next day on towards the mountains. And just as the sun is beginning to set, so you arrive at those trees. You walk into the trees, still following this stream, hearing that bubbling, babbling of the stream passing by. Walking deeper and deeper into the woodland, before finding somewhere to set up camp, lighting a campfire, sitting by the campfire and eating some evening food, having a drink, before putting the fire out, getting into the tent and settling down for the night, and drifting and floating peacefully and comfortably asleep. And the next day, you awaken, you do the same as you do every day. You leave the tent, you light the fire, you have some breakfast by that fire. You pack all your stuff away, and you continue to hike your way to your destination. You follow that stream through the trees, exiting the other side of the trees, at the foot of the mountains, and you follow that stream as you climb the mountains. And occasionally you have to weave a path, so your path is much longer than the direct route of the stream, but it's easier to climb. And after some time you have to stop and change into different clothing as you approach a point where the air is thinning and the temperature is dropping, and you can really tell that you're heading up into the mountains. And yet you continue to follow that stream all the way up to a cave, and this cave is where this stream begins. And deep in this cave, you know that you're going to find the source of the stream, that a spring starts deep in this cave. And it's an unusual spring starting high up here inside a cave, inside a mountain. And as you head through this cave, so you find a pool of water bubbling in the middle. You find the spring. And you've heard that the source of this stream contains healing water, which is only healing at its source, as after it leaves the source, it mixes with other minerals, changes its composition, and becomes less effective at healing the further from the source. And you notice a very slight twinkling and sparkling, glistening at the source. And you drink some of that healing water, and you can feel the healing spreading through your body. You can feel how cold this water feels here, being formed inside the top of a mountain. You're curious exactly how this water's formed, whether perhaps the snow somehow ends up melting a little, or what the process is that leads to water being able to be a spring this high up. And you drink that water, and you feel the healing water pass down through to your stomach, pass down through your body, out to your fingertips, down to the tips of your toes. And you know that this healing will help to rejuvenate you. And then you camp in this cave, preparing for your journey home the next day, which will be a couple of days of hiking and camping. You settle down in the tent, and you drift and float more peacefully and deeply than you have done in a long time, drifting, floating, and relaxing so peacefully, so deeply asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you drift peacefully asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And it's a sleep story about sitting in a back garden in a deck chair on a summer's day. And you work incredibly hard. And you find that you're often busy and don't have enough time for yourself. And so now this is your peaceful time. You're making time to experience a moment of calm. And so you relax back on that deck chair in your back garden. And the environment is just right for you. And the sun is warm and bright in the sky. And you are lying back there reading a book. And you're enjoying just taking some time to absorb yourself in that book that you're reading. Just carefully, slowly reading through that book. And after a while of reading, so you decide to place that book down beside you. You have a few sips of a drink before shuffling a little in the chair to make yourself extra comfortable, closing your eyes and just being absorbed in the moment, absorbed in a sense of peace and calm, just listening to the sounds around you, the sounds of some country birds in your garden, the occasional sound of other birds flying overhead, the sound of the breeze moving the leaves of the trees, the feeling of the breeze on your cheeks, on your nose, on your forehead, the warmth of the sun, and other sounds, some distant, around you. As you're aware that with your eyes closed, resting so peacefully, so comfortably, Your breathing is deepening, softening, becoming slower, more measured and relaxed as you just lie there. Then noticing while you drift deeper and deeper into a sense of peace and calm, that you start to see lines of the faintest hint of colour passing across your field of view, with almost like shadows of shapes, almost circling your field of view with your eyes closed, and sweeping across your field of view. And the slightest hint of some pulsing light and colour beneath your eyelids. And sometimes you see more light than darkness as relaxation continues to set in. And those random lights, dark patches, streams of colour begin to form in your mind's eye into an inner experience of pleasure, of deep calmness and relaxation. As you find yourself in your mind beginning to wander along a country path with hedgerows either side of that path, almost as tall as you are. The sounds of birds in those hedgerows, singing their tune to each other. And as you look out over the hedgerows, seeing fields, seeing some birds in the fields, seeing fields of cows, fields of sheep, fields off to the horizon, over hills and flat land, birds flying overhead, enjoying a country walk along a country path, surrounded by fields, walking past a yellow field with the sweetest of smells, walking past a purple field with the most beautiful hint of lavender filling your nostrils. Seeing how much the bees seem to enjoy the lavender field. Walking past a field where, over in the distance in the field, you can see some white beehives, and you know that the bees in those hives will be making the most incredible honey from the lavender they've been visiting, and continuing on this path into some woodland. And as you walk through the woodland, so you catch a glimpse of a deer standing incredibly still among the trees, trying to hide and pretend it hasn't been seen, seeming to be having a staring competition with you. And you carefully and slowly continue walking to try not to disturb that deer. And continuing through the woods, the sounds of the rustling leaves overhead, and running your fingers across the bark of some of the trees, noticing how the bark of the different trees feels different from the rough, bumpy bark of oak to the soft bark of some other trees and some of the young trees, and finding deep in this woodland a rope swing hanging from a tree. And the rope swing consists of a rope and a short branch for a seat. And you take that rope swing, you hold the short branch, you walk a little way up a bank beside the tree. You pop that branch between your legs. You swing yourself a little and jump a little and throw yourself out, stretching your legs out in front of you, holding on to the rope. And you swing out, swing around and swing back, managing to land on your feet, back near where you started. And you do that a few times, really feeling young, enjoying the experience, before leaving that swing, passing deeper through the woods, and then passing through what's almost like a narrow path of dense woodland, and finding yourself in a dreamy, pleasant place. And in this dreamy, pleasant place, you find somewhere to sit down, and you realize this is your special place in your mind, where you can come and drift and float and dream asleep deeper and deeper. And so you rest there for a while. And after a while of resting there, so you awaken in your garden, and that night you head to bed. And when you head to bed, you think again about that journey. And while you think about that journey, so you have a sense of drifting deeper and deeper with your thoughts as you pass through the woods, as you pass out to that dreamy, sleepy location beyond the rope swing. And you settle down in this location in your mind, and in what seems like almost no time at all, you drift and float deeply, peacefully, and soundly relaxed, asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, you can have a sense of sitting on a train. And it's an old-fashioned clunkety-clunk steam train. And as you sit in this old-fashioned steam train carriage, you have a small table in front of you. You're sitting on the soft fabric chairs. You can smell that old steam train smell. The smell of the old carriage you can see out the window as countryside passes you by. And in front of you, you have a large newspaper. And you have that large newspaper folded over to make it smaller in front of you. And you're filling in the crossword. And as you sit there, you're reading the clues, working out the answers, writing the answers into the available squares, trying to work out what the answers are for some of the clues you don't know the answers to, based on the letters that you have. And you find that a lot of your attention is just focused on filling out that crossword. With the slight rocking of the train on the tracks, the clickety-clack, clunkety-clunk sound of the train on the tracks, the sliding sound of doors being open, the clunk-clunk sound of doors being closed. And you're sitting in your own private little compartment in the carriage. And occasionally, the carriage bobs up and down as it continues along the tracks, while you focus on that crossword. And you find yourself getting stuck with a couple of the clues, and that you can't even guess what the answers may be. And so you put that crossword aside for now. You pull across the curtain that's next to you over the window, hearing the sound of that curtain slide across the bar, dimming the light in the compartment, dimming the light in the carriage, shutting out all the movement that you could see outside. You slide your bum down slightly. You make yourself comfortable and rest yourself back, and you close your eyes. And thinking about those clues that you haven't yet been able to guess, you begin to let yourself drift into the most pleasant reverie, just feeling the bobbing around of the train on the tracks, feeling almost like you're being rocked gently asleep. And as you have that sense of almost being rocked gently to sleep, so you notice your breathing slowing. You feel more comfortable. And you start to almost see in your mind's eye this idea that you're travelling on a boat, bouncing over waves on the sea. Before cutting the engine, skidding to a halt on the sea. And the boat just being risen up and lowering down as waves pass beneath you. And in this moment, where the boat is just bobbing gently up and down, you're able to look out across the sea, and everything's so calm and quiet. Just the gentle rise and fall of the boat as waves pass beneath you. And then you hear the sound of a whale breathing out. And you turn and look and see the top of the head of a whale popping above the surface, its spray coming out above the whale. That spray catching some of the light, making a twinkling rainbow falling from the sky above the whale. As the whale drops beneath the waves again, followed by its tail, so gracefully disappearing. And you watch and enjoy the stillness before you see another whale come to the surface. And this whale swims over beside the boat. And as it swims close to your small boat, so it seems to flick once with its tail to speed itself up a little bit more so that it can just glide without having to flick its tail any more than that. And it glides past your boat, and as it does, so it turns on its side, very close to the surface. And it's almost as if time has stood still but this moment. As you make eye contact with that whale, feeling the intelligence of this whale as it glides past, feeling like this whale is observing you as much as you're curious about them. And as it clears the boat, it straightens itself up and drops beneath the water out of sight. And at some point beneath the water, it's obviously circled around, and it comes back up near the boat. It carefully pops its head above the water, so its eyes are just above the water, and manages to so delicately hold its weight and hold itself in that position, looking over at you, looking over at it, before seeming to drop back down vertically beneath the water again. And then once beneath the water, it swims back off away from the boat. And then, with a very slight jolt, you find yourself hearing the sounds of being on that train again, and drifting back to the experience of being on the train, realizing you're approaching your destination. You draw back the curtain, you pack away the newspaper, knowing you'll finish those last few clues later. And not long later, the train pulls in to your destination. You'll be continuing your journey on this train the next day, as the train waits overnight. You disembark, You head to a quaint hotel nearby. You check in, you have dinner, before heading to bed. As you sit in bed, so you work on those last few clues. You solve those last few clues of the crossword. You feel a sense of pride at having completed that. You know what time you need to be up in the morning, feeling refreshed and alert and revitalized, to reboard the train to continue the next leg of the journey. And you then settle down. You make sure your pillow is just right. You rest your head down onto the pillow. And you comfortably and relaxed begin to drift and float so peacefully asleep. And you find yourself instinctively drifting and floating peacefully asleep into that experience of being on that boat again, of floating on the water with that inquisitive whale. And while dreaming of that whale encounter, you drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably and deeply relaxed, asleep. So as you just take a moment to begin to drift comfortably asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. As you comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And you find yourself on holiday in the Mediterranean. And as you're walking around exploring, enjoying the most beautiful blue water of lakes and the ocean, enjoying the most beautiful blue sky and wispy white clouds, and enjoying the warmth of the sun on your face, and encounters with cats, with dogs, with other animals, and enjoying a horse ride out to a distant location. You then set up camp in this distant location on the edge of a lake. And in this camp, you set up a camera, and you're tucked away so as to allow nature to take its course, to not scare off any of the animals, to keep yourself as hidden as possible. And from this space, you take photographs of different birds. You manage to take photographs of some birds flying high in the sky, some birds on the lake, some coming into land on the water, some seeming to run on the water to try and take off into the sky, and other animals coming down to the water to drink. And you keep yourself hidden and quiet while enjoying taking these photos. And then you see the strangest of sights, something that you've never seen before. You see a very large pelican land in the water. And it's so large you wonder how it managed to fly. And you've seen other pelicans before, with their smooth plumage, looking so graceful in the way they stand tall. And yet this one, as you zoom in to take a photo of its face, looks like a parent had just placed a bowl on its head and given it a bowl-cut haircut, and then scruffed up its hair. And unlike other pelicans you had seen, this one seemed to have a scruffy hairstyle. And so you took plenty of photos while it went about its business in the water, catching fish, seeming to keep itself to itself, just quietly moving around. And yet you are really drawn in by the fact that to you it looked like it had this strange hairstyle. And after taking the photos, you watched as this enormous bird managed to struggle its way into the sky and take off and fly, and disappeared from view. And as the sun set, so you lit a campfire, had yourself some food, and then rested in your tent, reviewing the photographs that you had taken, still curious about that pelican with the strange haircut, how large it seemed to be, that it seemed to easily stand taller than a child. And its wings, when it launched into the air, were probably twice the length of a child. And it looked bigger and heavier than something which should have been able to fly. And you had never encountered something with what looked like such a strange head of hair. And you wondered to yourself what that scruffy hairstyle of feathers must mean, what its purpose is for that pelican. And you reviewed your photos before settling down and drifting and floating so deeply, so comfortably asleep. And the next day, you looked out to see if you could see that same pelican again. And you didn't see it that day, before you had to pack away and head back off on the horse and continue your holiday here in the Mediterranean. and you explored many places around the Mediterranean, exploring old ruins on different islands, seeing colourful birds, all different types of birds, all different types of birds, always on the lookout for more of those pelicans with the strange hairstyles. Curious about why they have that hair. Curious about them and their size. And then one day you stumble across a lake where you see that they're actually far more common than perhaps you'd first thought when you only saw one on its own. And you manage to take plenty of photos of graceful pelicans with their smooth plumage, and of these larger pelicans with the messy feathers on top of their heads. Photos of pelicans walking in the water, catching fish, taking off and landing, and flocks of pelicans all flying together. And after your Mediterranean holiday and your encounter with these different pelicans, you headed home. And once home, it felt good to be back in your own home. You packed everything away, and that night there was something magical about settling down into your own bed and drifting and floating comfortably asleep in your own bed. And while you comfortably drifted and floated asleep, so you began to dream with a smile, dreaming about these animals, about those pelicans, and them seeming to have human-like characteristics, hearing them talk with you and interact in some kind of magical land in your dreams, hearing the voice of the pelican with the funny hair and the slightly posher voice of the pelicans who look smart and prim and proper. And the sounds of the horse talking on the shore. And this creation of your mind as you drifted and floated asleep brought a smile to you as you fell gently and peacefully and relaxed asleep all night long. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And it's a sleep story about finding yourself walking through a cave. And you're searching in this vast cavern. for a sphere, and this sphere is supposed to be able to bring knowledge. It's supposed to be an ancient artifact from a prior civilization. And so you're exploring this old cave system. And many of the chambers in this cave system are huge, almost like underground cathedrals. And your footsteps echo around the cave system with each step that you take. The air whistles through the cave. The wind whistles through the cave. And the illumination in the cave is just from the light that you're carrying. And the shadows dance around opposite the light, dancing on the walls as you pass stalagmites. And they appear almost like columns in this cathedral-like cave of caverns. And after a while, you find what looks like man-made markings on a wall. And so you suspect you're getting close to your destination. And so you head to those markings. You move the light closer to the markings. You read what those markings say. And you're able to understand this ancient text. And the ancient text talks about a secret door that can only be opened by stepping on specific flat stones on the ground in a specific order that's in this chamber. And there's a puzzle, a cryptic clue. And you read that cryptic clue, and you work out that the cryptic clue relates to the planets in the solar system. And you realize that the order of those flat stones that you have to step on is in the order of the planets that were known at the time by those who wrote that message. And so you then go round those stones and you try and work out from the images on the stones and the markings on the stones which ones refer to which planets. And you work that out. And once you think you have it figured out, you go and step on those stones one at a time in the order you think they need to be stepped on. And each one that you step on depresses slightly and leads to the sound of moving stone, as if perhaps unlocking some stone mechanism somewhere unseen. And you step on the second one, and the third one, and the fourth, and the fifth, and the sixth. And then you hear a larger moving stone sound. And you see a part of the wall roll aside. And as that part of the wall rolls aside, so it reveals a new cavern for you to explore. And you head into this new cavern, and the first thing that surprises you is that the walls in this cavern are highly reflective. And you go over to the walls and touch the walls, and they're incredibly smooth and cool. And you realize that the walls have been coated with silver, and the floor has been coated with gold. And in the middle of this cavern is a bronze plinth, and on the top of the bronze plinth is what looks like a sphere made of a mix of silver and glass, or some kind of clear crystal. And as you approach that sphere, you realize that the glass or crystal parts have a very slight electric blue tinge to them. And you carefully place a hand either side of that crystal and silver sphere, carefully lift it off the plinth, and as you do, it begins to glow electric blue, with the light increasing, getting brighter and brighter, and yet the sphere doesn't feel any different. It still feels exactly as it did before anything happened. And then surrounding the sphere, filling the room, reflecting off the silver walls and ceiling, you see a whole universe stretched out in 3D in all directions. Almost like the sphere is a projector projecting this out to view. And then the view that you can see begins to move, as if zooming in on certain places in this projected galaxy. Zooming in to a specific planet around a specific star, right down to the planet's surface, and then the view you can see around you is from this planet's surface of the night sky. And highlighted in this night sky is one specific star, and a symbol next to that star, which you know is the symbol in that ancient text for Earth. And so you know that that star is probably the sun. And then no sooner have you got used to seeing this view, and the view changes, and that camera seems to pan off of there. The view moves elsewhere in the universe, elsewhere in this galaxy. And then the same as before, once it arrives on a planet, one star in the night sky gets highlighted as Earth. And then the view changes again, and it zooms out and up so incredibly fast, until you appear to be looking down on what you assume is the Milky Way, except that it doesn't quite look how it's depicted with its neat spiral arms It has areas of waves throughout it. It has messy arms in some places, with only parts of the spiral arm being fixed and orderly, and it looks more chaotic than pictures normally depict. And the camera continues to zoom back further and further, and you can notice some arcing light around the Milky Way, attached to small galaxies of stars. And you can see off in the distance a large galaxy looking like it's heading straight for the Milky Way. And then, as before, one star gets highlighted with the symbol Earth, and then the stars disappear, and a voice begins to come from the sphere that begins to share ancient knowledge with you about the location in the galaxy, about the other civilizations which, at the point of this sphere being left here, were the dominant, advanced spacefaring civilizations that had been able to travel and visit the Earth. The voice shared how you can identify spacefaring civilizations and the locations of them, and how they travel, and how when they travel, there'll be an instantaneous flash at the point of departure, followed shortly after by an instantaneous flash elsewhere in a galaxy for the arrival, that it takes a high amount of energy to open a path through space-time, and moments later open the exit. And after all the knowledge is shared, so the sphere goes quiet. You place that sphere back in its location. You head back through and out of the cave, and you'll be writing up and recording all this information. But you won't be sharing the exact location. And you head all the way home. You spend some time writing up your discoveries, your learnings, before heading to bed and drifting and floating so peacefully, so comfortably and relaxed, asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you gradually drift and float peacefully asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And this sleep story is about you walking through a town centre. And as you walk through this town centre, you can hear the sounds of the people walking around you. See them all looking in shops, talking with each other. And while walking through the town centre, you glance into the shop windows. You see that there are certain sales on in some shops. You see the different items being promoted. in shop window displays and posters in the shop windows. And then you turn off of the main high street of this town centre. You walk down a quiet street, and at the end of this quiet street is an old-fashioned looking toy shop. And you walk all the way down to the end of that street, the sounds of the high street fading into the background. And you approach that toy shop window. And this toy shop looks really old-fashioned. And in the window, you can see old-fashioned toys. You can see dolls, teddy bears. You can see a train set with a wooden train and carriages on the track. And you see a toy that reminds you of your childhood. And that toy that reminds you of your childhood makes you feel this urge to be drawn into the shop. So you walk to the door. You open the door. It dings a bell. And you walk into the cozy environment of the toy shop. The door closing behind you, dinging that bell again. And it's warm and comfortable in this shop. The lighting is a pleasant, low glow. There's a smell of wood in this toy shop. And it's quiet in this toy shop. And there's someone stood behind a counter at the back of the toy shop who greets you as you enter. And they smile. And then they carry on with what they were doing behind the counter. And you look around at the different toys. You pick up a teddy bear that reminds you of the kind of teddy bears people had when you were a child. You feel the softness of its fur, the firmness of its body. You place that back down. You see some of those toy cars in boxes. And there's a bin of second-hand toy cars. You pick a couple of them up, feeling how cold those metal cars feel in your hand, and how heavy they feel as you pick them up and handle them, and you spin the wheels with your fingertips and place them back down and continue looking. You find some Lego, and you see bins of used Lego where you pay by weight, and there are tubs that you can fill with the Lego, and then you weigh the tub and you pay for the weight of the Lego you purchase. And you run your fingers into that second-hand Lego, and the sound of the Lego moving between your fingertips as you pick it up, churn it around, the feeling of those Lego blocks, the smell of that Lego. You continue looking around this toy shop, and you see some stickle brick. You place some of those stickle brick pieces together, the sensation of sticking them together, making a small tower out of stickle brick. You continue to look around this shop, seeing an area of hand puppets and looking at those different hand puppets. And as you explore around the shop, so your mind and your heart flash back to happy memories with certain toys when you were a child. And you see a telephone with a smiley face on it and wheels, and a caterpillar that can be pulled on some string, and an assortment of jigsaw puzzles. And can you continue to look around this shop until eventually you reach the back of the window. And as you reach the back of the window, so you see that toy from your childhood that really makes you reminisce about childhood. And you pick that toy up, and it's as if picking that toy up warms your heart. You can feel the weight of that toy in your hands, the smell of that toy, what the toy feels like under your fingertips as you handle that toy, and the sound of that toy as you move it around. And you have this sensation of reminiscing to playing with the toy as a young child. And you see that it's a very reasonable price. And so you take the toy to the counter. And the person at the counter acknowledges that they could tell that that toy has special meaning to you and special significance, and that there's something magical about making a discovery like this. And they smile and they talk so kindly, so pleasantly to you, while they wrap the toy and bag the toy up for you to take away with you. And you leave that shop carrying the toy shop bag with the toy in that bag. You take that toy home. And at home you place that toy on a counter while you sit on a chair. And you know that you're going to show certain people that toy that you found and share this discovery with them. And while you handle that toy on the counter, you think about where would be a good place, the perfect place at home, to display this toy. You know you'll probably not play with it anymore, but you know that by displaying it somewhere, whenever you see it, as you walk past it or glance over at it, it'll bring a smile to your face and good feelings to your heart. And you think of the perfect location for that toy, and you organize that location and then place the toy in that location before heading to bed And once you head to bed, so you drift asleep and find yourself dreaming about when you used to play with that toy when you were a child. And with a warmth in your heart and a smile on your face, you drift and float so peacefully, so pleasantly asleep, drifting and dreaming deeper and deeper asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to fall asleep. And as you drift comfortably asleep, I don't know whether you'll fall asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And while you comfortably drift asleep, you can have a sense of arriving on holiday in Iceland, and you're heading in a taxi to the hotel that you'll be staying in. And it's a long journey across barren landscape. And as you head on that long taxi journey across the barren landscape, so you gaze out the window, camera at the ready, taking photos of the landscape as you pass it. Photos of black ground and sparse plant life, and areas of steam rising up from the ground, and in the distance, the occasional splutter from a volcano. And as you continue your journey, so you notice increasing amounts of snow, and eventually you arrive at the hotel, and the hotel looks almost futuristic in its design, with its all-glass front. It's a couple of stories high, and you head into the foyer of the hotel, noticing the marble floors and the way each footstep from yourself and others walking around echoes, reverberates, bounces off the glass, off the walls inside this hotel. And you walk up to the counter, get pleasantly greeted as you check yourself in. You head to your hotel room. And the hotel room has marble floors throughout, the same as the rest of the hotel you've been walking around. And you place your bag on the bed and explore the hotel room, turning the light on in the bathroom, seeing a square shower head over a square-shaped shower with rows of holes. And you test turning that shower on and see that it seems to almost make a mist of water fall down, and changing the setting changes how the water falls from the shower. And you turn the water off. You run your hand along the sink. You admire the shape and size of the bath. You open and look in the storage closet, and then walk back to the main bedroom. Walk over to the window of the bedroom, and through the large glass windows. You can see the most incredible landscape, all the way off to the mountains in the distance. You sit back on the bed and you rest just for a little while, feeling a sense of warmth and peace here in this hotel room, admiring the silence in this room and what this hotel is famous for are the outdoor springs, the natural hot springs that this hotel has been built next to. And after settling in, you head down out the back of the hotel and walk around to the springs, and you notice that the water at the springs seems to almost glow blue, with a fine mist hovering above the water. And outside, all you can see on the ground is snow, and then the paths between the hot spring pools, and you can really feel the cold out here, while also as you pass those hot springs, feeling the warmth as the wind blows across the top of the hot springs. And you head to some steps, and you descend those steps into one of those hot springs. And you notice that it feels like gently walking and lowering yourself into the warmest, most comfortable, healing bath, as if you filled a bath with healing bath salts. And these natural hot springs contain a mixture of minerals that have bubbled up and mixed up with the hot water that rises naturally up through the ground. And you walk and lower yourself gradually into this hot water, lowering yourself down so that you're submerged up to your neck in the water. And then you push off from the side, and using your hands, you gradually work your way, resting on your back, lying back with your head resting on the water, just drifting and floating further out into the pool, feeling the bubbling water gently rising up beneath you. And while out resting in the middle of this hot spring, so it begins to snow, and you stand up in the hot spring. You place your arms out beside you, and you feel that snow tickling and falling onto your arms, balancing so gently on your arms, on your shoulders, on the top of your head and on your nose. Those large snowflakes building up across your arms, while the rest of your body is submerged in the water, feeling so comfortable and warm. And then once your arms have some snow on them, you gently lower your arms into the hot water, feeling the pleasure of relaxing deeply in this hot spring. And there are plenty of other people here in this hot spring, in these various hot spring pools, all just relaxing and floating and enjoying the water, enjoying the minerals within the water helping to heal their skin, and the smell of the spring, the smell of the mix of minerals, while resting there. And then after spending some time out here, swimming and resting in the hot spring, you head back to the steps. You notice the cold as you walk up those steps. You wrap a robe around you. You head into the building. And you head up to your room. And you know that this is the start of a great vacation. You're here for a while. You're going to be going downstairs, eating the most incredible meal in the restaurant. You've heard great things about the cooking here. You're going to be travelling out with a group to get a closer look at volcanoes, to have an opportunity to take photographs of things normally unseen, to be able to see geysers firing out hot water like clockwork. And every day you can go and enjoy the hot springs. And as you think about what you're going to be doing over the next few days, you settle down in bed that night and you drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably asleep with the silence in this hotel, relaxing and floating deeper and more comfortably asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably relax, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And this is a sleep story about you walking through the woods one evening. And as you walk through the woods, so you can hear the rustling of the leaves overhead. You can hear the kicking and the rustling of the leaves as you walk along the path. And you can hear footsteps of a wolf walking in the woods. And you're walking in these woods in search of that wolf, trying to walk quietly as the sun is setting and evening is setting in. And while you walk through the woods, you can feel the slight breeze on your face. And eventually, as you're approaching the edge of the woods, and you can see the moonlit exit from the woods, you see the silhouette of the wolf that you've been following. And you head towards that wolf. And that wolf looks back at you and then continues to walk on. You reach the exit of the woods. And you're looking down across the moonlit meadow. You can see the shadowy figure of that wolf walking through the meadow in the direction of a stream. And you follow that wolf walking through that moonlit meadow, with everything looking dark shades of blue, and the silver glistening of the moonlight on the stream in the distance. And you have to keep looking up and away from that wolf so that you can continue to see it and follow it, allowing your peripheral vision to keep track of where the wolf is at. And from time to time, that wolf stops and looks back at you to check that you're still there, that you're still following, before continuing on its journey. And you follow that wolf down to the stream, and you see that it's heading along the edge of the stream. So you continue to follow that wolf, and it continues to look back and check that you're still there. And the stream gets wider and faster. And then you encounter a mill along the stream, with the wheel turning as that water flows into the wheel down a waterfall to a lower level of the stream. You walk around that mill, hearing the clinking and the clunking of the wheel turning in its regular fashion. You continue to follow the stream the other side. You see the wolf stop and turn and look back again, making sure you're still there, still following. You continue following down to a bridge. You see that wolf passing across the bridge illuminated in the moonlight. You walk down towards that bridge, walk up and over the bridge, continuing the journey on the other side of the stream, continuing to follow that wolf. And as you continue to follow the wolf, so night continues to set in and get darker and darker, with just the moonlight illuminating the environment. And you follow that wolf along this side of the stream. And then you see that the wolf has turned off into some woodland. And it looks back just before turning off to make sure that you have seen where it has turned. And you walk down to where you saw that wolf turning off. You follow the footpath deep into this woodland, walking through the woodland, aware of how quiet the woodland sounds at night, with just the sound in the distance of that wolf padding along, continuing to walk, and your footsteps as you follow. And as you continue to follow in the direction of the wolf, so you begin to notice some fireflies flying through the trees. You notice some glowing toadstools on the ground. You continue to walk, and deep in the woods, you discover a cabin. And you see at the entrance to the cabin is that wolf. And you walk up to the cabin, and the wolf is resting there waiting. You open the cabin door. The wolf walks in, and the wolf pulls a blanket off of the bed in this cabin, wraps the blanket round itself, and rests on the floor near the fireplace. And you go and put some of the wood in the fireplace and light that fire, lighting the cabin with just the light from the fire in the main room. You sit down on the floor near the wolf. You pull a blanket down off of a chair, and one of the cushions down off a chair. You rest yourself back on the cushion, wrapping the blanket over you to help you feel a bit more snugly and comfortable here. You gently stroke the fur of the wolf while that wolf rests there beside you. And while stroking the wolf, you feel deeply relaxed, just listening to the crackling fire, seeing the light dancing around the room. And then at some point during the night, you notice sparkling white light sparkling all around the wolf, aware that it's illuminating under the blanket the wolf has resting over them. And as that sparkling white light fades away, so you see the wolf looking like a human. And once they turn back into a human, they snuggle up into your arms, they smile at you, and you get another cushion down off the chair, and the two of you resting on the floor, wrapped in blankets, drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably asleep in each other's arms, with you aware that this is an interesting part of this relationship, and you fall so deeply, so comfortably, relaxed asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And it's a sleep story about you finding yourself walking along a beach, and it's a warm summer's day, and it's a sandy, deserted beach, And the sand is the most beautiful sand. It's incredibly soft, and your feet just sink comfortably into that sand. And you walk along this beach with the sound of the sea, with those waves lapping on the shore, the sounds of seabirds. And after walking for a while, you find a location to sit down. And you sit down on that beautiful sand. And you sink comfortably into the sand as you sit down. And you can rest your hands down on the sand and feel the warmth of the surface of the sand and the tickling as the breeze blows grains of sand across and between your fingers. And as you push your fingertips into the sand just a little, you notice how cool the sand is just beneath the surface. And you move your hands around, gathering sand up in the palms of your hand, and then opening the palms of your hand and just letting that sand lie flat again. Just feeling the temperature difference of the top to just beneath the surface of the sand. And you rest your elbows back in the sand and you lie back, just listening to the sound of that sea rolling gently in on the shore, rolling gently onto the sandy beach before pulling back out to sea. And you feel so relaxed. You feel so calm just resting here, enjoying the experience. And while you rest there, you drift in your mind, you close your eyes, and you point your head towards the sun, feeling almost like the sun's energy, the heat, warmth from the sun on your face, when it's evenly spread across your face, is almost empowering and invigorating you. You find your breathing deepening and relaxing. And then you hear somebody come over and they ask you if you would be able to help them with something, but they don't specify what. And you think to yourself, should you accept or not? Because you're enjoying relaxing on this beach. And perhaps if you say no, they'll go away and you can continue to be on your own, relaxing on this beach. But you decide to be helpful. So you say that if there's some way that you can help, then you don't mind being helpful. And the person thanks you for offering to help and says they need you to come with them to another part of this island. And so you walk following them along the beach, and then just off the beach into the trees, walking a little way through the trees, and then you come to some open grassland. You walk along that grassland, and in the middle of this grassland is a grand looking tree. And they walk up to the tree, and they tap the tree, and a door seems to open in the tree. And they say, this island isn't what it seems. They invite you to come down the tree. And they say it's dark, mind your step. There's 20 steps. So they'll go ahead and they'll count down the steps so that you know how many are left. And as they walk ahead and you follow down the spiral staircase within this tree, still slightly confused about the experience, they count down from 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, going deeper and deeper into the tree, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 at the bottom under the tree. And as you reach the bottom under the tree and stand next to them, you notice there's a steel door and a circular handle into the door. And they twist that circular handle and open that heavy seeming steel door. And as it opens, light starts flooding through. And they walk through and you follow, and they close the door behind them, spinning the handle, shutting the door behind them. And they say that this island was built as a secret underground base, and that the island on the surface is just a cover. There never used to be an island here, and they've built a series of what on the surface seem like islands, but they're actually vast underground bases. And on the surface they're covered with sand, with mud, and with plants and animals. And as far as they seem on the surface, they're islands where no people live, and people aren't allowed to live on the surface. But in the centre of each island is a fake tree, and underneath that tree is the entrance to these underground bunkers, these underground habitations. And they say that they need you to head to one of the other bunkers, one of the other locations. And at the same time as they do, they need you to flick a switch, because it was designed so that it only powered and had key operations done by two people at the same time in two different locations, to make sure that no one individual could just turn everything on. But no one really knows about these bunkers anymore. They went out of use and were only used and made for a very short period of time. And they tell you they need you to head down a corridor, which is actually a tunnel which passes along the ocean floor. And the roof of the tunnel can see out under the ocean. But if you're in the ocean looking down at the tunnel, it'll just look like sand. And they need you to head down that tunnel to the next island. And in the room, the other side of the door, is a console And once you're there, they need you to flick the switch as they flick the switch. And so you take a communication device and you head through the door, you head along the tunnel. You look up, you can see the way the water is rolling overhead, the waves rolling towards the shore. You can see the way the light dances through the surface of the water. You can see the fish and other creatures swimming in the sea. You head over to the other island. You walk into the room on the other island. You talk on the communication device. And they say you're ready to flick the switch. They identify which switch you have to flick. And you flick that switch, and as you do, this island's electricity comes on and turns on the light through this location. And you head back to that person, and they tell you that's all they needed your help for. That they'd bought these islands because they knew of this base. And they allow people to come on holiday to these islands, to camp on the islands, only allowing a couple of people per island at a time, while they live underground in these bases, and can always go up above ground, and they'll be building a little house for themselves on one of the islands above ground that can work as their office for anyone who wants to find them when they come on holiday here. And you head back to the beach, being thanked for your help. And they ask you not to let others know that they have a plan of potentially building something underground that people can come on holiday and perhaps view under the sea. But for now, this is their secret base. And you don't think anyone would believe you anyway, that you went down underground in a tree. You head back to that beach. You rest back down on that sand. And you drift into the most pleasant reverie while resting in the sun. Before, at the end of the day, heading into a tent and drifting and floating so peacefully, so comfortably, asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, you can have a sense of being out in a garden one day. And as you rest in that garden, so you're just enjoying nature, enjoying a moment of relaxation, of peace. You can hear the rustling leaves in the trees. You can see butterflies landing on different plants before moving on to another plant. You can see bees darting from one flower to the next. You can see birds in the trees, occasionally birds flying to a bird feeder where they'll have some food before flying off. You have a bird bath in the garden, And you can sometimes see birds land in the bird bath, splash water over their wings, have a little bit of a drink, ruffle up their feathers before shooting off from the bath and disappearing again. And you just rest on a chair in the garden, enjoying a moment's peace and calmness. And after resting there for a little while, you decide to stretch your legs, to walk around your garden. And you walk down one side of your garden, near the flower bed, smelling those flowers as you walk, smelling the roses, feeling the silky smoothness, the waxiness of some rose petals, smelling daffodils, continuing to walk along the edge of your garden until you come to some trees and bushes. And as you approach the trees and bushes, so you can see a chrysalis still hanging under a branch. And you watch that chrysalis. And there are already butterflies flying around. And you wonder to yourself, what butterfly is in this chrysalis that's late to the party? And you watch and notice the chrysalis begins to move, and you realize fortuitously that you've walked down the end of the garden and stumbled upon this chrysalis just as whatever butterfly is in here is about to emerge. And so you rest there and watch with intrigue as the chrysalis moves and then splits, and you see the first signs of the butterfly emerging from that chrysalis, pushing its back out. And it takes a long time for it to push its back out, to pull itself out, to get its legs out. And once it's done that, it seems to almost be out of breath, as if it's panting. And you notice it unfurling its wings and continuing to seem to pant, as if it's puffing its wings up. And after an extended period of time, it seems to have puffed its wings up. It then moves its wings as if to test them out. It moves its legs. It takes a couple of tentative steps before flying from the chrysalis and landing on a branch. And it was only a short first flight, and you wondered to yourself what that experience must be like, to have been a caterpillar leading one life, looking one way, with mainly short, sticky feet, and confined to a single leaf. And then after a little while, to wrap yourself up, and the next time you emerge from your sleep, you have long, spindly legs, a different shaped and designed body, wings, and somehow instinctively know that you're a butterfly. Not knowing in the sense that a person may know, but knowing you have specific behaviours you do as this being, when this being was a caterpillar. They instinctively knew to munch on leaves, and they had a mouth that could munch on leaves. But you never see a butterfly trying to munch on leaves with the brain of a caterpillar. It knows that it now goes and eats elsewhere, and in a totally different way. And this idea of how one being can transform so completely from a being with one set of behaviours, an entire structure, to a being with a very different set of behaviours and a very different structure. Without it reverting back to trying to be how it was in the past, where no caterpillar tries to slurp up a leaf thinking it's already a butterfly, and no butterfly tries to munch on a leaf thinking that it's a caterpillar. And no caterpillar jumps off a leaf trying to fly, and no butterfly tries to crawl. And you wonder to yourself, does the butterfly have any awareness of the past, of what it once was? Or does the butterfly just live in the moment, only aware of the here and now, unaware of the past that's been and gone? Unaware of their past life, their past behaviours, their past body and being, and only aware of this being they are now. And while you watch that butterfly, you find yourself having these profound questions in your mind. And after a while, you see that butterfly, having only tried to fly once up onto this branch, fly as if it's always been able to fly off that branch and off to the flowers that the other butterflies frequent, and feeding in those flowers just like all the other butterflies, as if it could have been doing this its whole life. And after a while in the garden, pondering these thoughts, the sun's beginning to set, so you head in from the garden, and that night you find yourself relaxing and drifting asleep. And as you drift asleep, you're still finding your mind wondering about existence, about awareness, from one thing to another, and what the experience is, what happens for that butterfly and to that butterfly's brain between its awareness and its being as a caterpillar to its awareness and being as a butterfly. And these thoughts fill your mind as you drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably and deeply, and relaxed asleep all night long. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this story in the background, and I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And while you drift asleep, you can have a sense of being out in the countryside, and you're carrying an easel and some art equipment, and you're trying to find the perfect location to paint a picture. And you're heading up through woodland, out into a meadow, climbing a hill in that meadow to gain a bit of perspective. And as you walk, so you look around you. You look at the different views, how the different hills look from different locations. And eventually you find the ideal location. And you set up a little tent in that location, a picnic blanket in that location, a chair in that location. You then set up the easel and the art equipment next to the easel. And you look out from this view and you enjoy the fresh air. And it's a view down over some rolling hills, and nestled gently between those hills is a small country village with the small church prominent in the centre of that village, which stands tall and prominent between the crests of the hills. And on the tops of some of the hills are bulbous trees, thickly covering the tops of those hills. Then down the sides of the hills are fields of sheep grazing, and you can hear the distant sound of those sheep as they baa in the distance. And you set up a stool at the easel. You sit down on that stool. You begin to lightly sketch out the view, trying to work out exactly what about the view would make the best painting. You try to work out whether it should be a wide painting with a small village nestled there in the centre, the hills with the sheep and the trees, or whether you should zoom in a bit and perhaps paint the village and paint the fields closer to the village and maybe cut out most of the sky. Or maybe you should pick the unusual looking tree in the foreground and paint the tree and have the background made less important so that it draws the eye to the tree. Or perhaps you should paint in a different style, maybe painting more abstract. Perhaps taking the key shapes of the different things you can see and painting those shapes, maybe even painting each individual shape with a bold and different colour. Perhaps you could paint a silhouette of the scene before you, highlighting the contrast between the ground and the sky, and the shape made by the hills. You think of all the different ways you can approach this scene, the different artistic decisions you can make. And you know that this is one of the things you enjoy about art. But at the same time, you're aware that it's good for people to have a distinct style that's their way of painting or doing artwork. And that although you like the flexibility to vary what you do, to try different things, what helps is to make things more consistent. But you feel a slight sense of stifling your artwork by making things consistent, by giving everything the same type of style. You like the idea of looking at a scene and thinking, what can I try this time? And feeling a sense of challenge and accomplishment at trying something new. And it doesn't necessarily always work out, but you know that you had fun and you learned something from the experience. And while you're overthinking this experience, overthinking how you should begin, a dog runs up to you and starts sniffing at your leg and seems to want a cuddle or a stroke, jumping up at your leg. And so you pet its head. And as you pet its head, you see its owner walking along in your direction. And the owner walks over towards you and asks what you're doing. And you explain what you're doing and that you haven't started yet. You're still trying to decide exactly how to portray the scene and what parts of the scene would be best to focus on. And you explain the challenge of the expectation to stick to a style when you'd quite like to be trying different things. And the person says, but isn't it creative and a challenge to try to think how you can portray something within your style? That they remember someone teaching years ago on a photography course how bad photographers chase down photos. Good photographers find a location, plant a tripod, prepare for the photo they're going to capture, and they work how they can capture that photo in that location. And sometimes it doesn't work out, and the photo never happens. But most of the time, it means they capture a photo that would otherwise have been missed through trying to capture everything. And you realize that they're not talking about exactly your situation, but you can understand how it relates. And they wish you well and carry on walking their dog, whistling for their dog as the dog bounds towards them and follows. And you begin to do your painting. And you paint in your style, capturing and putting on canvas what that scene means to you within your style. And you spend the rest of the afternoon after painting sitting just inside the tent eating some food at the picnic blanket, with that painting drying just inside the tent, out of any breeze, any debris that may land on the canvas. Then at the end of the day, you pack everything away and you head back home, still thinking about what that walker had said and about the importance that has to you and your painting, and that they're right, that you can find ways to be creative within one style, and that to be able to do that takes more creativity than to just do something different each and every time. And you head home, and that night you think about where you're going to go for the next visit out to do painting, as you drift and float so peacefully and so relaxed asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you're going to drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you drift asleep, you can have a sense of drifting into a dream. And while you drift into this dream, you can find yourself dreaming about walking through a magical woodland. And as you walk through this magical woodland, you know that it's magical, because as the leaves in the trees blow in the breeze, you can notice what looks almost like fairy dust and hear the sounds of ringing bells and sparkling coming down and descending from the treetops. You can see fairies flying between the trees, their wings glowing in the darkness, leaving trails of sparkling light as they fly. You can see the way that each footstep that you take leaves an imprint of purple glowing ground that gradually fades a little while after the footprint was made. And you continue walking deeper and deeper into this magical woodland. And deep in this magical woodland, you discover the strangest of huts. It's a hut that looks like it's built with a giant mushroom top and a tree trunk for its base and a door and some cut-in windows. And you knock on the door, and a wizard wearing purple opens the door and invites you in, and you walk in to this hut. And inside this hut, the wizard offers you a seat. So you take the seat and sit down, and the wizard goes to a shelf, picks a large book off the shelf and sits down beside you. And the wizard says, I'm going to share a spell with you. It's the spell of good fortune. And they open the book and they turn to a certain page and they say, sit quietly, close your eyes and listen to me recite this spell. And so you sit quietly, you close your eyes. You shift a little to get comfortable, and the wizard begins to recite the spell. They start to say that as you walk around, so you can notice what isn't seen. And you won't know you've noticed what it is you didn't normally notice. You'll just discover that when it occurs. And opportunities are around every corner and under every rock. And sometimes what's not an opportunity is, you just don't know it yet. And you can listen to me and understand every word in a way that's unique to you. And your eyes can be open, looking for opportunity, looking for the unseen, with the mind responding with positivity. And how can we do that? And what can we do? And what was I pleased to notice? And a general focus on what can be gained rather than on what is lost. And the wizard continued, and it isn't about dismissing what is lost and dismissing challenges. It's about acknowledging these and looking for better, knowing what can't be changed and focusing on what can, and discovering things where they're normally out of sight and that others often miss. And on the count of 1, this can be set in your mind with this spell, because this is the spell of the wizard. And it can be set in mind and always kept in mind on 5, 4, 3, the wizard counted down, 2, 1, now, 1, that's it, all the way. And then the wizard could be heard carefully closing their book. And then they watched for a while, observing your movements, your breathing, the way you continue to drift deeper and deeper into the experience, so easily and so effortlessly. And after a while, they saw that your shoulders were beginning to move, that your breathing had changed. They welcomed you back to this hut, and they offered you a drink and a bit of food, and you accepted, slightly confused at the experience you had just had. And they continued to distract you for a while, stating there's no need for you to focus on any of that old stuff. It'll just happen by itself perfectly fine. And after some food and drink, you left that hut and walked back through the magical woods. While walking through the magical woods, a part of your mind was wondering while you were wandering about the experience you had just had, and you drifted back from those magical woods as you then continued your journey deeper and deeper, relaxed asleep, passing from your dreaming sleep into the next stage of sleep, and then on to a long period of comfortable, deep, relaxing sleep. So deep, so comfortable, so relaxing and restorative on your body and your mind, drifting and floating deeply and profoundly asleep, easily and effortlessly, knowing that you'll fall asleep and remain asleep all night long, knowing that you'll awaken in the morning feeling deeply relaxed, alert and full of energy, having had a night of recuperative, healing sleep that can increase and improve with each night's sleep as you drift and float and relax asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, you can have a sense of sitting on a porch in a rocking chair. And it's a porch overlooking some beautiful farmland on a warm summer's day. And as you rock in that rocking chair on that porch, you can hear the breeze occasionally making wind chimes chime. You can see the sheep in the field eating the grass. You can look over the distant hills. You can see birds flying in the sky and hear the sounds of their call and their song. See the occasional bird of prey circling overhead. Some rabbits munching on some grass near their rabbit holes in a field. And two horses in a field, one sitting down, resting on the ground, the other eating while standing up. And you just rock on that rocking chair on that porch. You can hear the slight squeaking sound of the rocking chair as it moves on the wooden porch, and feel that breeze on your face. And as you rock in the rocking chair, so it begins to relax you. And as you begin to comfortably relax, you feel that sense of it almost being like being rocked gently to sleep as a child. You feel a deep sense of peace, of comfort and relaxation. And the rocking chair continues to rock, almost automatically, with you barely noticing that it's only rocking because of you and your movements your very subtle movements of body weight backwards and forwards while sitting in that chair. And as you gently rock in that chair, so you drift into a pleasant reverie. And in that pleasant reverie, you imagine yourself walking over to the horses, and one of those horses coming over to you, and you pet the horse. You rub the horse's neck and pat the horse's neck before climbing onto the horse and riding bareback on that horse out from the field, down a country path. Only as you leave the farm land down that path, instead of what is usually there, you see a portal, and the horse rides through that portal. And the other side of the portal, you find yourself in some strange fantasy land with really tall trees, with purple leaves and yellow trunks, with strange looking orange grass waving and moving with the wind on this land. And you continue to explore with your horse. And as you continue, you see what looks like a zebra, except it has these incredibly tiny wings in the center of its back, almost like the wings of a butterfly. And it rapidly flaps those wings and lifts up off the ground and flies through the air, looking impossible, and yet there it is, flying with its legs dangling beneath it, with those tiny wings lifting the entire body of the zebra. And you see what look almost like little elephants, about the size of a pig, with their long trunks, but with tiny ears. And you see all sorts of strange and wonderful creatures here. And you continue riding through this land, looking around at what you can see, curious where here is. And as you continue to explore, you suddenly notice in the sky what at first just looks like a bird. But as it gets closer, you realize that it's another impossible looking creature that looks like a sea lion with wings, almost like it has wings of an eagle, and it flies down and swoops down near you before landing on the ground, pulling its wings in, tucking its wings behind its back, and then waddling along the ground just like a sea lion. And you continue to explore the strange creatures here in this land, enjoying this unusual dream. But as you continue exploring the land, so you discover that the horse that you are riding on has begun to change from a horse to something a little more unusual. That it now looks more like a cat with flippers. As it's bouncing its way along, a little bit like a sea lion, but with a cat's face and a cat's tail and cat's fur, and meowing and purring when you scratch behind its ear. And it heads down to the coast, and as the waves lap onto the shore, so they glow with a pink light. And as the sun sets and that pink glow illuminates the shoreline, the cat with flippers jumps into the water and instantly seems to be more comfortable, swimming on the surface of the water. And you can feel your legs and your torso under the water as you hold onto the back of that cat as it swims across the surface, bounding over waves, before leaping up out of the water. And as it does, it seems to turn into a creature a bit like an eagle, and turns around and begins to fly back in the direction you came. And as it approaches that portal again, the eagle-like creature you're now flying on dives back down again towards the path, towards that portal. And as it passes through the portal, so it turns back into that horse. And you find yourself trotting out of the portal on the horse just the way you went in. And you ride bareback back to the field. Place the horse back in the field. Before walking back to that rocking chair, and as you rest back down in that rocking chair, so you wake up in the rocking chair on the porch. You notice the sun's beginning to set, so you head inside. You have yourself something to eat. You relax for the evening before heading to bed, and drifting and floating so peacefully, so comfortably asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I don't know whether you'll relax deeper to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you continue to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And it's a sleep story about finding yourself hacking your way through a forest. And as you hack through that forest, you're heading to some magical mountains. And you're on a quest and unsure what you're going to find. And after a while of hacking through this forest, you can notice it's beginning to get dark. So you set up a camp in the trees, attaching a tent between multiple trees, and camping in that tent for the night. And while you drift and float asleep, so you can hear all of the forest sounds around you. And the next day you head off from your camp, packing away the camp, continuing to hack through the forest, working your way in the direction of the mountains. And when you arrive at the mountains, You gaze up at those mountains and you can see how high they are. You can see the snow covering the tops of the mountains. You can see how high the trees go up the mountain. And you begin to ascend the mountains. You climb higher and higher, following a path up the mountains, sometimes having to make your own path, until eventually you get to a fabled path that you've been searching for, and you follow this fabled path, and you're hunting for a specific cave here high in the mountains. But when you reach where the entrance to the cave should be, you notice that there just seems to be a cliff face, and that the entire mountain here seems to be made of granite. And you try and hack at this cliff face. You can't see that anything was ever here, and you don't know if there's anything behind this cliff face. But no matter how hard you try to hack, you're barely able to get through this incredibly strong granite face. And you continue trying and trying, even as the sun begins to set. And because the sun's beginning to set, you decide to set up a camp here, up in the mountains. And you'll continue trying again in the morning. And you eat some food by campfire. As the wind picks up, as night sets in, you then head into your tent. You wrap up warm in the tent, and you can hear the tent bellowing in the wind. And at first you struggle to fall asleep with the sounds of that bellowing wind and the sides of the tent shaking and vibrating in the wind. But then you end up drifting and floating peacefully asleep. But you're woken a few hours later with a noise outside the tent, and it's an unusual sounding noise. And you open the tent door, shine a light outside the tent into the darkness, and you see what looks like a tiny pixie just stood there before you. And this pixie says that they're here to help you to access this cave, the cave you've been searching for, that they've been watching over you, almost like a guardian angel, for a very long time. And they know why you're here, and so they're here to help. And you think to yourself that perhaps you're dreaming. Maybe this is all in a dream. But then you notice how bracing and cold the air is, and that it doesn't feel like a dream. And so you wrap up warm. You leave the tent, and the pixie doesn't seem fazed by the weather. And you explain to the pixie you can't get into a cave if there's one here, because it just seems to be incredibly hard, solid granite. And the pixie says that that's no problem for them. And they touch that granite with their tiny little hand. And the granite seems to start to dissolve, like heat on ice. And the granite dissolves from the palm of the hand outwards, extending out and up and as it extends out and up, it also dissolves forward, creating almost like a cone of dissolved granite that just seems to be disappearing until after a few minutes the pixie has walked all the way through to the other side of this granite wall, and they walk through into a chamber, while the rest of the granite is still dissolving in that cone around them. And then there seems to be a tunnel into this chamber. And so they turn on a light, illuminating the chamber. They walk around this chamber. They head to the middle of the chamber, where they find a book. And they pick up that book, and they look at the pages of the book, and they know that this is the book they've been looking for. That it's a book of inner wisdom and universal truth. And they start reading through that book. And so you don't want to move this book from its location. So you head back to your tent. You grab a camera. You grab a notepad. You head back into that chamber. You take some photographs in the chamber and of the book, before noting down what the book reveals, translating what you're reading as you read it. And after translating that and writing it all down, and learning the secrets you came here for, the pixie said, well, it's time to now go. And so you leave the chamber with your camera and notepad. You head back to the tent. The pixie says they're always there, hiding in the background to be there for you. And then the wind begins to settle down as you settle down in the tent and drift and float asleep. And the next morning, you awaken wondering whether it was all a dream. You open your tent, you gaze over at that granite wall, and notice it looks unchanged from the night before. It still looks as impenetrable as it's always been. And you smile to yourself, thinking it was all just a dream. And you have yourself some breakfast here on the mountain, thinking about how you're going to get into the mountain and see if there's a pathway or a cave the other side of that granite wall. You then head back into your tent, and you notice on your notepad are some writings. And you recall the writings that you'd written, and the notepad seems to contain those writings. You wonder if somehow you'd written that while you slept, while you were dreaming. You decide to check your camera, and when you check your camera, you see that there are photos of the inside of the chamber, photos of that book. And you realize it was all real, and somehow the chamber had resealed overnight. And so you pack everything away and descend the mountain, heading back through the forest, all the way back the way you came, all the way back home.
knowing that you'll spend a long time analysing all this works, learning from these works, and writing extensively, writing papers and books about what you've learned on this one expedition. And that night, you settle down in bed and you drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably asleep.
So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I don't know whether you'll relax deeper to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And you find yourself walking through a misty meadow. And it's early in the morning. And there's the most beautiful colours in the sky of the sun gently rising over the horizon. Shades of reds and oranges leading into the blue. And that morning sunlight is illuminating the surface of that low-lying fog and mist which is spread throughout the meadows and fields. And as you walk through the meadows, so you can notice the way that the hills in the distance almost seem layered, as if they could have been placed in layers in a painting. And as you gently walk along on this misty morning, drifting in your mind, enjoying the peace and tranquility of a quiet early morning country walk, you can see some cows in a distant field walking through that mist, the mist parting around their legs and swirling around those cows' legs, as if the weight of the atmosphere is holding that mist to the ground. But as the sun continues to rise in the sky, so you can see the way that the mist begins to rise over the fields and the meadows. The way that mist begins to clear and thin out. And as it disperses, so it leaves behind the glistening, twinkling, sparkling sight of cobwebs across the grass, with dots of dew caught in those cobwebs, twinkling and moving as the wind blows just that slightest of breezes. And you know that even this will vanish in a little while as the sun continues to rise. And you continue your walk through the meadows, following the footpath. And the footpath begins to incline as you start to walk up a hill, and it's just a gentle incline, still with meadows all around and fields beyond the meadows. And as you walk up the hill, so you get a better look around you, down there of the meadows, the sparkling of the light across the grass, the dissipating mist from the fields, cows in a field, sheep in a distant field, the occasional moo from a cow faintly in the background, the occasional baa from sheep, just heard distantly as the sun continues to rise, and you can begin to feel the warmth of that sun on your face as you continue this early morning country walk. And as you reach the top of the hills, you head to your favourite bench. You sit down on that bench and you gaze out over the view, the most spectacular countryside panorama, sun rising, light glistening, the mist dispersing, revealing the most wondrous land. You can see the distant village nestled among farmland and trees, with the quaint church just poking slightly above those trees, with its spire stretching up into the sky. You can notice the sky getting bluer and brighter as the sun continues to rise. And yet there currently aren't any clouds in the sky. And the mist continues to clear and vanish. And then the grass begins to dry, and the sparkling begins to fade. And as the angle of the sun gets steeper, so you notice less reflecting off the grass, off the fields. And the sun reaches an angle that catches a stream that runs off in the distance. And from this vantage point, you know you can see that for a little while before the sun will continue rising higher, and even this will no longer be visible. And that's something you enjoy about these early morning walks, as well as the fresh air and the early morning exercise, is the fact that you get to see a changing world. You get to see these transient moments, some of which are repeated daily or most days, but most of which you can only see when you're there in that moment. The lighting, any level of mist or fog, is all something that can come together for one moment before disappearing. And so if you don't see it in that moment, you may never see anything like it again. And as you sit up here on this bench, you close your eyes and you take some deep, comfortable, purposeful breaths to breathe in that fresh country air. And after breathing in that fresh country air for a little while, you begin your journey back home. You descend those hills, slowly, carefully ambling down the hills, walking down those hills to the meadows and the fields, and looking around you as you go, noticing you can now see butterflies. You can now see bees flying from plant to plant. You can see more birds flying in the air and flying into the fields. You can see in the distance a couple of deer grazing in a field in a very watchful way. And life has come out to make the most of this morning. And you continue walking all the way back through the meadows, admiring the nature around you, heading all the way home, and arriving at home and settling down and drifting peacefully into a comfortable meditation for a little while. And then that evening, aware that you want to go for another country walk in the morning, and that you do so whatever the weather, and as often as you can, you find yourself drifting and floating so peacefully, so comfortably asleep, knowing that you'll awaken, feeling refreshed, revitalized in the morning. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll fall asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And you find yourself walking down a quaint high street in a small little town. And you're walking on a cobbled street. And as you walk along this cobbled street, you're gazing into the shop windows. And you can see in the shop windows shops with antiques, shops with handmade items, and various different types of independent shops in this high street. You can see that the high street has a butcher's, a baker's, and other independent shops that say that they've been here for hundreds of years. And walking down this high street can feel a little bit like you've stepped back in time, seeing an age of long ago. And just the presence of walking down this high street can lead one's mind to wander, and wonder about what life used to be like, the types of people that used to walk down a high street like this, how those people used to be dressed, how they used to talk. And as you walk down this high street, so you encounter a woman who seems distressed. And so you go over and you ask if everything is okay, and is there anything you can do to help? And the woman explains that she's lost her wedding ring, and would you help her to find it? And you agree that you'll help her to try to find the wedding ring. And you ask her some questions about where she last saw the wedding ring. And she says that she was walking along. And as she was walking along, she heard a clink of the sound of something falling to the ground. And so she stopped and looked around. And she noticed that her wedding ring had fallen off her finger. That occasionally it would come loose, and she was on her way to get it resized so that this wouldn't happen. And it just happened that her trip to get this problem solved is the time that she seems to have actually lost the ring. And she walks you to the location where she said she heard the ring hit the ground. And she said that she had searched this area without any luck. And you said that you would help. And so you searched the area too. You see where she was walking. You watch her walk so that you can get an idea of how she moves her arms, her hands. You ask her if she was doing anything else as she was walking along. And you ask her to recreate that whatever she was doing, do it again, so that you can get an idea of how her hands move when she's thinking exactly the same thing while walking. And you see the way her hands swing and move as she walks, which can help to give an idea of where the ring fell. It gives a range of locations for how it would have fallen to the ground, the speed it would have been travelling as it hit the ground. For example, if it fell off while her arm was swinging forward, perhaps it could have hit the ground with more forward momentum, travelling further forward. If it hit the ground as she was swinging her arm backwards, perhaps it would give a bit more backward momentum. But then you're aware that even with that increased backward momentum, she was walking forward. And so you watch her walk to work out how much the forward momentum would cancel out the backward momentum, knowing that as the ring strikes the ground, it would look from her perspective of moving forward like it's striking the ground and moving backward. But from a side-on view of her, if it fell off in that way, it would hit the ground but probably still bounce forward as it slows down. So you have an area where you think is a good area to check for where the ring may have bounced with the energy that it contained and the directions it could have bounced in for its initial bounce. And you know that the ground is uneven, so it could have hit the ground and bounced off in any direction. But you add a bit of range to your ideas so that you know that whatever direction it bounced, it should be within that area. And you know that this only happened a very short while ago. And she's on her way to get the problem fixed. And she's got an appointment at a very specific time. So you want to try and help her to find that ring. in time for her to make it to her appointment, so this problem won't happen again. And so you begin to examine the area that you feel the ring probably landed. And as you examine that area, you can't seem to find the ring anywhere, but you do notice that there is a drain in this area, and you suspect that perhaps the ring had fallen down the drain, but you don't know how you can check down that drain to find out. And you can't see down the drain. It very quickly just becomes dark. And so you try and have a think where that drain comes out. And the drain doesn't seem to have much water in it. It's a drain designed for when the streets get wet, and so water flows down the drain and heads along the drain. So if it has fallen down the drain, it should be visible if only you could illuminate the inside of that drain. And so you try and think how that could be possible. And you follow the direction that the drain covers seem to take. And you keep following them until eventually you reach an exit where it comes out near a stream. And you see that there does appear to be just the very slightest trickle of water. Not enough to reach that high up the sides, and probably not even deep enough to barely cover the ring. So if the ring is right in the center of that little trickle of water, you'd still see it showing. And so you head back along the street with an idea. You head to a shop that sells some handmade craft items and various other items for creating craft. You purchase a ball of string and some card. And you purchase a little tea light. And you head back to that drain. You lower the string into the drain, hoping that that lightweight string will enter the water, and that tiny trickle of water will be strong enough to pull that string all the way down the drain. And you let that string unfurl. And then you attach it to a stick so it's anchored in place. And you rest that on the drain cover. You then walk all the way down to the stream, and you can see the end of the string has been pulled all the way down to this point. And you make a boat out of the cardboard. You attach the front of this boat to the string, and you place a tea light on the boat, and you light that tea light. And then you head back quickly to the drain, and you begin to slowly reel in that string. And you hope that the tea light remains illuminated. And after a while you can see a faint glow beginning to appear in the drain. You continue to pull that closer and closer until you can see the front of the boat and the tea light. And the tea light is just so gently illuminating the space beneath this grate. And although the light isn't very strong, it's illuminating, glistening off the ring that you can see resting just down below this grate, half in that trickle of water and half out of it. And so you cut the string. You secure that bit of string in place to hold the tea light on that boat just where it is. You attach a paper clip to the end of the string, pulling out a bit of that paper clip to almost make a hook. And then you carefully unfurl that string off that stick, down into that grate, and you go fishing for that ring, and you focus and have patience. And it seems like it takes a long time, but probably didn't take as long as it felt to manage to hook the ring with the paper clip, and then lift that ring up carefully through the grate and return it to its rightful owner, who's incredibly pleased with that returned ring and still has time to get to their appointment. You then release the string with the boat and run along to try and beat that boat to the exit, and get to the exit of that drain just as you see the boat following that trickle of water towards you. You pick up that boat, blow out the tea light, and throw away the cardboard boat and the string, and continue to explore this town, feeling pleased with being able to creatively help someone overcome a problem. And that night, thinking about this and how you came up with that solution as you comfortably drift and float so peacefully asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll fall asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, you can have a sense of walking through the woods. And as you walk through this woodland, aware of the sounds around you, aware of the sound of the crunching of random twigs beneath your feet, aware of the rustling of the leaves in the trees, the occasional scampering of little forest animals. You hear this noise in the distance, and out of curiosity you begin to head toward this noise. And as you search, you discover a little creature sitting on a log. and this little creature is crying, and you walk over and you ask, "What's the matter?" And they explain that they're Cupid, and that they're supposed to be present at the moment that two people are due to fall in love. And in that moment, their job is to fire their arrow at each of those people, so that just in that moment, the love arrows trigger that feeling of love between each person, just as they're looking at each other and they suddenly both realize they love each other. But he failed in his most recent task, that beyond the woodland is a couple who are having a picnic. And his job was to fire his love arrows into both of them just at the point in their picnic when they would make eye contact and realize they love each other. And he managed to fire the arrow at one of them. And just as he went to fire the arrow at the other one, a bird of prey squawed overhead. And it was unexpected, and he flinched slightly. And that slight flinch meant the love arrow passed straight by the other person, hitting the ground beyond the person. And the fairy dust, the magical dust that's released by the love arrows, didn't land on the other person. So one of them looked into the eyes of the other, and they said, "I love you." And the other one smiled and said, "Thank you." And then the first one felt embarrassed, like they'd spoken prematurely, like perhaps they shouldn't have said that they love this person. And you offer to see, is there anything you can do to help? And Cupid says that for every individual in any given moment, he only has the one love arrow. And so the love arrow for that individual missed and has been wasted. So that doesn't mean that person can't fall in love, but they now have to do it themselves. Whereas Cupid's role is to make sure that the timing is just right between lovers, so that when one says, "I love you," the other one thinks, "I love you too," and then replies with the same, rather than that awkward moment of the other person not being sure whether they're in love yet or not. And if someone isn't in love, then the love arrow wouldn't do anything. The magic just draws out what's already there into that moment. It's kind of a catalyst for triggering the moment in the moment. And so you say to Cupid, "So what you're telling me is that they both love each other. You know that. That's why you were sent to do this. They know that. It's just one of them doesn't know it yet. They know it inside, just not in their mind. They don't know whether they can commit yet. And that will happen at some point. It's just not clear now when, and whether the other one, whether that other person, will be in the same place when that occurs. or whether this could cause problems by them both not being on the same page at the same time. And so you say to Cupid, so does that mean that if I could help them to be on the same page right now, then they would be on the same page? And Cupid says yes. If you can help them, there's still time for the one who never said it to realize it and say it. But I can't do it with magic. And so you continue walking through the woods. You head out into the clearing, out into the meadows. You can see that couple sitting up on the bank in the meadow on a picnic blanket. And they're laughing and enjoying their picnic. And Cupid points out which one has said I love you and which one is yet to do so. And as you walk past, you say hello and you introduce yourself. And although you don't normally do this, you stop and engage in conversation with them. And you ask them why they're here. Is this somewhere they regularly come? And just have some small talk to open up that conversation. And then you start asking, stating that they seem like a really nice couple. How did they meet? How did they end up together? And you have them explaining that to you. And you start directing more questions at the one who hasn't yet said I love you. Asking about when they first noticed they wanted to be in a relationship with this person. How did they know they wanted to be in a relationship with this person? What does it feel like to want to be in a relationship with somebody? How do you know you don't want to just go off and do something else? What is it that they like about this person? What is it they think this person likes about them? And from asking all these kinds of questions, this person begins to form this path of growing love and reach that realization from the questions about potential loss of this person, that that's what they really don't want. That they suddenly realize, oh, I love this person, I really don't want to lose them. And through your questioning alone, you guide this person to end up spontaneously and of their own accord stating their love for the other one. Once they realized that the other one had stated their love for them. And as that happens, so Cupid tells you that it's not able to be seen by you, but sparkles are now coming off of both of them as the magic happens between them and they've fallen in love, declared their love for each other. And so they will be able to move into the future on this new combined path. And Cupid keeps out of sight. As the two of you then walk off, you say goodbye and continue to walk through this meadow on this morning, on this country walk. And that night, you drift asleep thinking about love and relationships and the ways people can communicate to enhance positivity, connection, and curious about that couple's future and what they'll achieve together as you drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll fall asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And you find yourself kayaking down a river. And you have some belongings in your kayak for being able to camp on your journey. And you'd set yourself the task of completing the length of this river across 2 days. Some parts of the river are smooth and easy to navigate, and other parts are rougher and take more experience. And at the moment, you're kayaking down a calm part of the river. You can hear the oars as they push that water aside, propelling you forwards. The occasional waves lapping onto the underside of the kayak. Occasionally hearing the waves rustling reeds along the shore and lapping onto parts of the shore. And hearing the sounds of birds and other wildlife around the river, in the trees. Some birds wading into the river, flying from the water, landing in the water. And just enjoying your environment, feeling the warmth of the sun as you continue along this river. Glad that it's a sunny day and that you're not giving this adventure a go in bad weather. And for this leg of the journey, you find it so easy and so effortless. And you travel along mile after mile. And while you continue mile after mile, it's so easy that you find your mind wandering. You find yourself starting to wonder about different things and almost shutting off from your external experience. A little bit like the experience people can have on long car journeys where the scenery barely changes. There's barely much to engage their external attention. And so people can experience something called highway hypnosis, where they can drift into their mind and their body goes into autopilot, carrying on with the driving, while almost shutting off conscious awareness to what you're doing, as your awareness is focused elsewhere. And then when you look back, You wonder how you got from A to B and where the intervening bit of time went. And this is kind of the experience that you start to have as you continue along this river. But you want to be present and aware of where you're going and what you're doing. So as this starts occurring, so you pull over to the shore, climb out of the kayak, pull it up onto shore a little bit. You set up a stool and a campfire. You have yourself something to eat. Then you place that stool back in your kayak. You place a sheet down on the ground and you just lie back for a few moments on that sheet, just relaxing for a bit as your food goes down, closing your eyes from time to time, feeling the warmth of the sun on your face, listening to the nature sounds around you, before continuing your journey to make sure you're keeping time. You have a certain point you want to reach before you settle down for the night. And so you continue that journey. And as you approach the point you want to settle down, you notice how your kayak is beginning to speed up, as the water is beginning to speed up, and you're heading towards some rapids. And as you arrive at those rapids, you find that really helps to focus your attention. And as you enter those rapids, you lean back, juggling your weight to keep yourself upright, using your oar to control your descent through the rapids, to gently steer, having to make just very fine adjustments to have quite a big effect on steering. Feeling the spray from the water as your kayak splashes and moves around through that water, through those rapids, before eventually sliding out the bottom of the rapids into smoother, calmer water. And then over a short period of time, that smooth, calm water slows down, and doesn't give you such a kick of speed. And it goes back to about the speed of the moving water, speed of the flowing water, like it was before approaching those rapids. And you continue on for a little bit longer as the sun begins to set, before pulling over at the side of the river, dragging your boat up onto the shore, setting up a tent, a fire, eating some food, putting out the fire and then settling down for the night, and drifting, floating so peacefully asleep. And the next day you awaken, you eat some breakfast before packing everything away into your kayak. You check that everything's okay, that your kayak is okay. You get back into that river and continue your final leg of this journey. And you know that most of this journey will be calm, plain kayaking like the day before. And that the hardest part of that will just be the duration, the distance you'll be covering, and the monotony. But you get to enjoy the sights of the surroundings, feel the warmth of the sun, hear the sounds of birds of the water, smelling that fresh water as you continue on. But similar to before, as you approach near the end, are even steeper rapids that go on for longer. And so, for most of the journey, you find it easy and effortless, just monotonous at times, finding yourself wanting to be lost in thought, and from time to time pulling over so that you can sit and take a break and rest on the bank for a while before continuing. And then you arrive at these rapids, and it's like 3 waterfalls at a sharp angle. And the first long rapid, you make it down, weaving, steering your way, getting splashed from the water striking stones, getting splashed from the water striking boulders in the rapids. And then just a moment of slight calm before hitting the next rapids, and then the third largest drop, where it's almost vertical, although not that far. It's just the steepest. And so you make that large drop, carefully turning your kayak so that as it goes over, it'll land just right in the water below, so as not to be too much of a thud, and so as to not run the risk of being turned over. And you're really pleased that you've made it to the bottom. You then continue that final bit of your journey. You can see a small town ahead, which is where you're ending this trip down this river. It's on the coast at the river mouth. And so you continue all the way out of the river mouth. And once out of the river mouth, the water from the river naturally pushes you out even further. You're unable to just cut sideways onto the beach, just under manpower alone. And so you just go with it and allow the river water to push you a little way out to sea as you travel diagonally, so that as you're travelling out, eventually you leave that push of the river water and then just follow the waves, almost surfing those waves back into the shore, and then gliding up onto the beach, exiting your kayak and heading to the hotel that you're staying in here, where you're going to have a good night's sleep in a proper bed before travelling home the next day. And you rest down in that bed and you drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, you can have a sense of walking through the most beautiful countryside. And as you walk through this countryside, you can enjoy the spring air and a part of you can think about this countryside and the differences in the types of countryside you can get. That you can get countryside that's made up of meadows, perhaps barren landscapes, but most of this countryside is made up of patchworks of fields. And so you are walking through this countryside, walking along footpaths between fields, along the edges of fields, climbing over stiles, and continuing through more fields. And as you walk through this countryside, so you stop at a field of sheep, and you look at the lambs, hearing the sound they make when they're calling their mum, seeing some black lambs, some white lambs, and those incredibly fluffy, cloud-like sheep. And noticing the way that many of them are huddled quite close together, and the lambs are sticking close to their mums. And you enjoy watching those sheep and those lambs for a little while before continuing your walk. You cross a stile, you follow a footpath through a small tree-lined area, almost dividing one set of fields from another. And through the centre of these trees runs a stream, and you cross a small footbridge over that stream before climbing over another stile, heading into the next set of fields. And in this set of fields you can see 2 sheep sleeping under a grand oak tree, and a couple of sheep grazing. But no lambs in this field yet. And you continue on and walk along the edge of a field of cows, and seeing about a dozen cows resting on the grass, lying down on that grass. And you think to yourself, are they all pointing the same direction? You'd heard that cows often rest pointing in the same direction. You think to yourself, do they anticipate rain because they're sleeping, because they're lying down? And you're unsure how accurate these beliefs are, these sayings that people have. But you watch those cows and notice a couple of them look up and over at you as you pass by, as if to just check on you, make sure you're not a threat, but making almost the most minimal amount of effort to check on you possible. Kind of like just opening an eye when you're trying to sleep, just to peer and see what's going on before closing the eye and falling back asleep again. And so you continue through this field. You exit over another stile and continue on again into another field, into an empty field, and then along the edge of a field of corn and a field of lavender, before eventually reaching a field of highland cattle, and stopping for a while in fascination at how furry, how hairy those cows are, and admiring their horns. And then one of them walks over near to you, comes alongside you, and so you gently stroke its back, pat its neck, and it looks like it has a fringe, like someone's given it a strange haircut. And after your interaction with this Highland cow, you continue your walk, eventually reaching a point in this countryside walk where the path splits in two and you have to make a decision whether to head down the side of a field that leads up to the hills or continue along in front of these fields, heading between one set of fields and another. And you decide to head up onto the hill. So you walk along the footpath, along the side of those fields, to a point where the footpath starts to go uphill, and as it starts to go uphill, so you notice that at some point in time, someone has placed some sticks on the ground, almost like makeshift steps, to help in case it's muddy, so that you don't slide back down. And so you walk up these makeshift steps, up these sticks that are embedded into the mud, with even spacing. And at the top, you climb over another stile before walking out into an open space on top of the hill. And in the middle of this open space on top of this hill is a bench. And so you sit down on that bench. You eat yourself some lunch while admiring the view over the countryside, looking at the route you had taken, looking out over other routes you've got that you can take today or in the future. Enjoying the idea that you can explore this countryside, taking many different routes, stopping, starting, any time you want, and how different it is at different times of the year. But you notice that it's quite windy up here on this hill. So after eating your lunch, you continue walking along the hill for a little bit before cutting down another path between some fields and continuing your journey on through the countryside. And then at the end of the day, as you head to bed, you think back on the trip out that morning, on all the hours that you're out walking in the countryside, on what you saw during your walk. You think back on the different routes you could have taken, and almost make a mental note of different routes you would like to take in the future to explore different areas. And you think about how long it takes to walk the different sections, and how you can make a decision to do a certain length of walk, and then choose the route based on how long you would like to be walking for. And as you think all this, you comfortably and peacefully drift and float, relaxed asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll fall asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And you're sitting in bed and you're reading a book. And as you read, so you can feel yourself beginning to drift off in your mind. You can feel that it probably won't be long before you start to fall comfortably asleep. And you're reading a book about an adventure hero. And as you read about that adventure hero, so your eyes are getting heavier and heavier, and you notice how they really want to close. But you continue to read that book, and you're reading about this hero in a car chase. But as you're reading, having just started this chapter, you feel that it's becoming too much effort to keep your eyes open. So you put a bookmark into that book. You place that book beside you. You snuggle down into your bed, and you comfortably and relaxed begin to drift asleep. And as you begin to drift comfortably asleep, so your body begins to relax, your shoulders, your arms, your hands, around your neck, your face, around the top of your back, around your chest, down through your body, all the way down to the tips of your toes, begins to comfortably relax as you drift deeply asleep. And while you fall asleep, so you become less aware of your surroundings and more aware of what's going on in your mind's eye. And as you drift and float asleep, so you begin to dream, and you find yourself as that character in that car chase. And you're swerving that car left and right between the traffic, following somebody on a motorbike. And they're finding it easier to evade you as you're having to find creative ways of keeping up with them on the bike. And they turn into oncoming traffic, and you sharply turn and skid and realign yourself into the oncoming traffic yourself. And you're dodging and swerving, successfully navigating through that oncoming traffic. And you can see as you approach a bridge that bike passes onto the bridge. And the bridge is rising up, moving up to allow a boat to pass through. And the bike has managed to get onto the bridge through the pedestrian section and is now heading towards the edge of that bridge. And the barrier's down, but the bike goes straight through the barrier as the motorcyclist accelerates, leaping off the half of the bridge, almost seeming to go in slow motion, back wheel spinning, front wheel spinning slowly as they straighten up and land on the second half of the bridge. And in your car you do a handbrake turn and you skid to a halt at the foot of the bridge, unable to get your car onto the bridge and uncertain that you would be able to leap that gap that's ever expanding. And you look from by the bridge as you watch that cyclist speeding off out of sight. And you try and think how you can catch up. And then you decide that there's no way you can make it over that bridge or over the river quick enough to be able to know exactly where that bike went. But you're aware of what the bike looks like, and you know the individual you are chasing. So you know the opportunity will arise again to catch them. And this was as far as you had got in reading that chapter, before you decided you were too tired and needed to sleep. And so you don't know whether your brain would try and dream, continuing beyond this point, or whether you would just drift deeper and more relaxed asleep. And you find that now that you've reached the end of the bit of story you know, the dream becomes more lucid, and you have more control over yourself as that character in the dream. And so you begin to walk along the edge of the river, along the road that heads down the edge of the river, looking to see if there's a way across. And then you find yourself distracted by a light in the sky. And so you walk towards that light. And a helicopter comes in, and as it's coming down towards the road, so the traffic begins to stop at the sight of this helicopter lowering towards the road, and it lands on the road. And your partner shouts to get in, and so you run to the helicopter, keeping your head low. You jump into that helicopter. You put on a headset so you can communicate with the others in the helicopter. And the helicopter lifts off and goes in the direction of the bike. And from high up in the air, you can see all the different lights of the cars and the motorbikes, or the street lights. And you're looking for something that looks out of place. And you see what looks like a fast-moving single light weaving between the traffic. You suspect that might be the cyclist. So you head down in the helicopter to get a closer look, but you still keep some distance. And you recognize that it is the motorbike you're looking for. And so in the helicopter you follow that motorbike, keeping your distance high up in the sky, to try not to alert it to your presence. You see where that motorbike stops. You see the cyclist get off the bike and head into a building. And the helicopter lowers down towards the ground, and there isn't space for it to get all the way to the ground. So they throw a ladder off the edge of the helicopter. You descend that ladder, dropping when you're near the ground, landing on the ground, carefully heading into that building. You know backup is on its way, and the helicopter will find somewhere nearby to land, in a nearby park, and some of those in the helicopter will come and join you as well. You carefully head in and through that building, listening intensely for any sounds, and are surprised how incredibly quiet this building is. And it's dark in the building, and you don't turn any lights on. And then you hear a noise, and so you start to head towards that noise, like someone had accidentally kicked something on the ground. Someone who was probably also trying to sneak within this building. So you head towards that noise. You find a partially open door. You carefully open that door, and as you do, you see someone standing with their back to you on the other side of the room. And they're about to try and sneak through a different door. And as you walk into the room, you swing the door open and shout "freeze," and the person stops, puts their hands up. You tell them to remove the helmet and turn around very slowly. And so they remove the helmet, throw it down onto the ground. They begin to turn slowly around, and as they turn to face you, in a gasp, you realize that you know them. You realize that they're your lover, that they're your partner, and in shock, you freeze for a moment, unsure what to do, having not expected it to be them, who you've been chasing all this time, wanting to know why they did what they did, how they got involved in all of this, or whether maybe somehow you're mistaken and they're here for some innocent reason. And before you can find out any more answers, you find yourself drifting even deeper asleep, beyond rapid eye movement, dreaming sleep, through into deep recuperative sleep, drifting and floating so deeply, so profoundly relaxed, asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep fast to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And you find yourself walking across the land of your ranch, and you have this enormous amount of land, and you have cattle that roams across the land, and some of the land is very barren, and other areas are far more lush, depending on the amount of water beneath the ground. And you're working in some of the barren fields, trying to find out how to bring them more to life. You know that the water isn't that far beneath the surface, in the fields that are lush and green. You even have a well on the edge of one of those fields, where you can get the water to place in troughs for the cows. But other fields are incredibly barren. And while you search those fields, looking to see if there's any water beneath the surface, perhaps any way that you could have a well in these areas, that at worst would allow you to bring some water to the surface, which you could use to water these fields. But you have a lot of land, and so it takes a long time to search, and some of the land is overgrown by the remnants of trees. Many of the trees are now dead, but still standing as dense clusters of branches sticking out the ground. And you explore the land. And one day, while exploring, trying to give life to the barren areas of your land, you notice a slight mound in one of the fields. And as you're scanning the fields, trying to find water beneath the surface that's close enough to the surface to access, you pick up on your scan that it looks like there's a circle of stones. And you're curious what it is. And it doesn't seem like there's any water there, just a circle of stones. And so, with curiosity, you dig into that mound, digging down to those stones, then digging around the stones. And you notice that these stones seem to form a circle, like the top of a well. But you know from your scan there's no water here. And so you carefully excavate those stones, keeping them in place but carefully removing all of the dirt from around them, keeping some space around them in this mound so that you can excavate down as far as they go. And once you've excavated around the outside, down enough that these stones seem to be poking up at about waist height, you continue excavating the middle, excavating out the dirt in the middle of this stone circle. And it definitely looks like it used to be some kind of a well. And as you excavate the center, so you hit something strange. It seems slightly sloshy dirt, and you continue excavating. And once you've excavated all the mud, that slosh seems to still be there as water. But you know that you scanned this area and there was no water here. And so this is confusing that you're digging out that sloshy mud. But instead of digging out the sloshy mud and being left with just a hollow space, it's as if water must have been flowing into this location to replace what you were digging out, so that once the mud was gone, there was just this clean-looking water. And you take a sample of that water, you test that water and find that it is perfectly fine, it's healthy, it's good to be able to drink. But when you look into this well, that seems to be here, you realize it's not that deep, that on the outside you've dug down so that the stones on the outside are about as high as your waist. And on the inside, you can see the bottom and see that it only goes down almost to your feet. That there's no space beneath that for water to be here. And you think it could be possible that somehow water was seeping up in that point. But you had scanned this whole area and there was no water, even scanning over this mound over the well. But as you have this well of water that you've checked and found is clean, you decide to use what little water there is here. You take a bucket of water and you carry it over to the trough in this field, and you pour that water into the trough. Then another bucket of water, carry it over and pour that into the trough. And then another bucket of water and take that over and pour it into the trough. But each time you return to that well, it seems to be just as full as it always was. And so you next begin to water this field and use that well, and you have a pump, and you pump the water to some sprinklers which you place spread throughout this field, watering this field. And despite having sprinklers going all day, the well still seems to be just as full. And as the days turn into weeks, which turn into months, you use that well to water all the barren fields. Use that well to fill up the troughs each day. And no matter what you do with that water, the well remains just as full and seems to be almost like some magical well that just never seems to drain. And so you get curious about this well and you start researching your land. And you learn that the people who lived on this land centuries earlier needed to deal with the landscape being barren, and that there were some limited locations where the water came near the surface, and you could have wells dug down into that water. But most of the landscape was barren. And so a wise one in this area had created this well and blessed this well to never run dry. And that after they left the land, nature encroached as it does and covered over the well. But the well was still there, just waiting to be found. And pleased with knowing that you're now able to sustain this land and use that well sensibly to help yourself and others with neighbouring land. You don't know how what that wise one did works, but it seems to work, and that helps to bring some peace of mind. So when you drift and float asleep, you fall asleep at night so easily, so effortlessly and so comfortably, just drifting, floating asleep, with curiosity about how the well works, whether you'll ever be able to find out, and what that wise one had done back then in the past, hundreds of years earlier, to make that well and make it never run dry. And feeling hopeful for the future, you drift and float and fall so peacefully, so relaxed asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And you find yourself walking through woodland. And in the distance in this woodland, you can hear a strange sound. It sounds almost like singing, dancing, but somehow different. And as you continue through this woodland, following that sound, you come out into what looks like a stone circle. And in the middle of this stone circle, you can see some woodland animals and some other animals seeming to have a party here. You can see a chicken playing the bongos, a fox playing a guitar, and a gerbil playing maracas. And there's a hedgehog on drums. And there are many other woodland creatures dancing with each other, swinging each other around, clapping. And it's the weirdest view. But they're engaged so fully in their experience that they totally don't notice your presence. And you watch for a while. But then after a while, eventually, one of them does notice you. And the maraca playing gerbil alerts the others, and everyone stops what they're doing, and they all begin to look over at you. And you hear in their little voice that gerbil telling the others they've got some experience with humans, and that they'll deal with this. And the little gerbil comes over to you, stands at your feet, looking all the way up at you, up there. So you crouch down to be a bit closer to the gerbil. You're still too high up. So you rest down, almost lying on the ground. And the gerbil comes up in front of you and asks you who you are, why you're here. And you say you're just out for a walk in the woods, you heard a noise, so you came here to investigate. But you are curious why they're here and how they can be so alive, behaving in this way, in a way that you've never seen animals behave before. And the gerbil explains that it's part of Mother Nature that allows for animals to be more conscious and aware than humans seem to realize. But normally, when noticed, they go back to pretending to be how the humans expect them to be. And it's more about not appearing to be a threat to humans. And so the gerbil explains that you can join in the party if you want, that this area of the woods is magical. And so, with curiosity, you agree that you'd like to join in this strange party. You'd like to get to know the other creatures. You're surprised that they can talk with you. And with that, the owl comes over, and off the owl's back jumps a fairy. And this fairy says that they're one of Mother Nature's helpers, and they can help you to be able to join in this party until midnight. But at midnight, you'll go back to being normal. And at midnight, all the animals will leave the party, and they will seem just like you expect them to be. And so you agree to this, and this fairy waves their wand. Sparkling light wraps from the wand around you, and you feel this tingling sensation through your body as you shrink down to being a similar size to the different animals here. And then the hedgehog starts playing the drums again, and all the music starts up again. And the gerbil gets their maracas out again, and the party kicks off. And you go and join in this party, enjoying this unusual experience of partying with a bunch of random animals that seem to have the intelligence of humans. And as midnight approaches, you wonder how you will know when it's exactly midnight. What exactly will happen? And exactly at midnight on this night, the moon is at a certain point in the sky, that its light passes down onto this stone circle and reflects into all the pillars around the stone circle. And a silvery light envelops everything within the stone circle. And that light seems to spin and twirl almost like a mist rising up from the centre of the stone circle. And as it clears, so the animals scatter into the woods. The instruments seem to disappear and just fade away. and you find yourself back your normal size, sitting on the ground in this stone circle all on your own. And you sit there for a little while, curious about the experience, trying to make sense of the experience, wondering whether it was all just a dream because it seemed surreal. And then you catch a glimpse in the distance of that gerbil running into the woods. And as it's running into the woods, you're sure you can see it wiggling its bottom as if it's singing to itself in its mind, pretending in its mind that it's playing the maracas still. And after all the animals have vanished, you try and call upon that fairy, and there's no answer and no sign of anything. You know that no one would believe you if you told them what you'd seen. This stone circle just seemed normal, as it had always done. Just a random bit of ruined stone circle, like any other dotting the countryside. And so you headed back through the dark, late-night woodland, hearing woodland sounds as you cut through the woodland and headed home. And once home, while drifting and floating asleep, you thought about the experience that you'd had, how curious that experience was. You tried to make sense of that experience and wondered whether you could ever recreate the experience or have that experience again, whether you may see those animals again and be able to interact with them. And you're curious what the hamster was talking about when they said that they've done this before, talking with humans, interacting with humans, wondering whether there's other humans out there who maybe have encountered them themselves. And as you think all this, you drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably, relaxed asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story about you finding yourself clearing out an attic. And as you're clearing out this attic, you're going through memorabilia. And it's an attic of a loved one. And you're going through looking at different items, seeing what to keep and what to throw away. And certain things bring back certain memories and make you smile. And while you're looking through all these items, you see a curious box sitting over on a shelf in this attic. And so you pick up that curious box. You sit down cross-legged with the box in front of you. And you stare at that box for a while, curious about what it may contain. And after a little while of staring curiously at the box, you decide the only way to find out is to actually open the box. So you reach forward and you carefully open the lid as it creaks open. And as you open that lid, so you find inside that lid what looks like an amulet. You take that amulet and you hold it up into the air, trying to have a closer look, holding it up to the light of the window. And as you look at that, the light catches it, and as it twirls slightly in the light, so the beams of light coming off of it seem to be dancing, and then seem to be making a slight bubbling, hissing sound. And then a beam of light seems to be swirling on its own, opposite the direction of the window. And then you hear a slight coughing sound. And as you turn around, you see something materializing in that beam of light. And as it fully materializes, so the beam fades away. And you turn and face this person who has materialized. And they comment on how dusty it was in that box, that they've spent so long in that box. And you don't know what to say, and you're curious about the experience. And they tell you that most people just call them the wise one, and that they've been stuck in that amulet for an incredibly long time. And you ask what they're doing here, and they say that the sun shining on the amulet through the window allowed them to travel on those rays of light, to leave that amulet. And you explain where you are. And they say that many years ago, they were friends with that person. And then after they were no longer required, and they were no longer working together on different adventures they used to go on, they went to their respective homes. And the wise one's home is inside the amulet. And that to them, it's almost timeless, but it does get dusty if not looked after correctly. And you ask, what kind of adventures did they get up to? And they say that they used to find all of the magical amulets. They're travelling around the world, searching those amulets down. That not all of them are full of good magic and could fall into the wrong hands. And so their job was to use their power as the wise one, the power of the amulet that they live in, to locate the next amulet to track down, and together they would hunt it down. And this wise one sits there and tells stories of adventures they used to have together, tells the stories of tracking down all of the amulets, the ones that were tricky to find and access, the ones that had gotten into the wrong hands, and how they dealt with that, and how on many occasions they'd saved the world, with the world none the wiser at the risk that they had been at, and that they had been saved, and that that person was a true hero. And they continue to tell these stories, and then you ask, so what of the future? What happens to you now? I know you exist. I can't just have you go back into the amulet and sell the amulet or give the amulet away. I can't throw the amulet away. What happens now? The wise one says that they can either live in the amulet or perhaps be freed from the amulet to live a life of normality, that there's not really much need for them to live in the amulet anymore, that they're immortal, so maybe they could find somewhere else to live, but they'd have to be disconnected from the amulet, or else they're always drawn back to it and drawn back into it when it's time for them to depart where they are. A bit like someone always being drawn back to their home every time they want to go to bed. That they don't have to go to bed in their home. But the difference is that someone can decide not to go to bed in their home, or they can make their home elsewhere. Whereas they don't have that luxury. And they explain that there's a witch in the forest that could help them to detach from the amulet, and then they'd have the freedom to live where they want and how they want, and not be tied to an amulet. They can create their own home. And so you agree to help, and they head back into the amulet, and you wear the amulet while heading off to the forest that they had named. And as you walk into that deep, dark forest, you can hear the dull thud of each footstep that you take, and the sounds of the creatures in the forest, the rustling of the leaves, the sounds of birds. And after a long walk through the forest, you encounter the ruins of a hut. And you take the amulet off. And the wise one appears before you. And they say, this is the place. And you comment on it just being ruins in the woods. And they say, no, that's an illusion. It just looks like ruins to you. And the wise one waves a hand, and as they do, the most beautiful garden and cottage appear before you. And tending to the plants in the garden is a pretty woman. And the wise one walks over and talks to this woman, and you follow, and the woman agrees to help. And you get tasked with gathering up some specific items from the woods, some certain plants, and so you head around gathering up those plants before heading back to that cottage. And the woman mixes up those plants, says some incantation over the bowl while stirring. And some blue light and smoke rises and spins as she stirs and stirs. And then she gets a spoon of this electric blue bubbling liquid and spoons it into a container, hands this little container to the wise one, who drinks the liquid, and as they drink the liquid, so that liquid seems to turn them blue, from their mouth to their cheeks, up to their head, and then down through their body to the tips of their fingers and the tips of their toes. And then a blue puff of smoke comes off of them, and then they appear to look just like a human, looking perfectly fine. And the woman says the spell is now done, and the wise one is now free from the amulet. They're free to go and make the life they want, and they thank you for your help. And they say that you should keep the amulet as a memory of your loved one and of them. And then they disappear. And then the cottage seems to revert back to looking like ruins. And you walk out through the forest, heading home, where as you think about the experience you've had, you drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably, relaxed, asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background, and you find yourself out walking along a beach. And as you walk along this beach, you enjoy the sound of the sea rolling in on the shore, the smell of the salty air, the feeling of the sea breeze on your skin. You enjoy the sight of the sky, noticing what the clouds look like, how they move in the sky, and the sun, what it feels like on your skin, the sounds around you of birds and other sounds. And as you walk along this seafront, you turn off and cut through some trees which are along the coast, cutting from one beach through to another. And as you cut through those trees, you notice how magical this area looks. And you notice the way sun's rays dance before you through the canopy of the trees, like shards of light, dancing, illuminating dust in the air. And while walking through and seeing the dancing light, you hear an owl hooting in a tree, and you stop and carefully look around to try and see the owl in the tree. And you notice this most beautiful owl in the tree. And it hoots again. And then it seems to almost silently glide down towards you and lands on a branch near you. And then you get surprised because it seems to talk and you can understand it. And it says the sun's rays dancing around you are just lost loved ones, letting you know they're still there, watching over you. And you feel a slight tingle down your spine at this realization and this experience, this encounter with this owl. And that owl then just flies off, and you continue through this bit of woodland, walking through the dancing rays of light, feeling those rays of light touching your skin as you walk through and out the other side of this small bit of woodland, back out into the sound of the sea rolling on the shore. And you walk down onto that seashore. You head over to the location you want to sit on the seashore. You rest on that location and feel your mind drifting and wandering as you gaze out to sea, watching the way the waves roll in, lapping on the shore, before pulling back out into the sea. Just resting there, enjoying the warmth of the sun, thinking about the brief momentary experience you had walking through those trees between one part of the beach and the next. Curious about how surreal that moment felt, but also wondering about the idea of the sunbeams and how that brought a smile and a warmth to your heart. And after a little while, you decide to have a little paddle in the sea. So you walk down to the sea. You wander gently into the sea, feeling the warm water lapping across your feet, and walking a little further, feeling the waves as they pass over your ankles, over the lower part of your legs, before walking in far enough for the waves to be rising up and down around your waist. And at this depth, you lift your legs off the ground and you rest back in the water, and you just lie there on your back, allowing your arms and legs to go loose and limp and relaxed, allowing your breathing to calm and relax, feeling a deep sense of peace and tranquility. With your head resting back in the water, your ears just below the surface, the feeling of the gentle tension of the water along the side of your face, and the smell of the sea air, just bobbing gently up and down on those waves. And then after a little while, heading back into the shore, sitting, reading a book for a little while on the shore, until it starts to get later in the day, and so you begin your journey home. And as you travel home, so you think about the experiences from the day, thinking about swimming in the sea, just allowing yourself to float in the sea, resting on the beach, thinking about walking through the trees, the idea of a talking owl, and on arrival home, you settle in, and that night you head to bed. And you continue to be thinking about your day, about your experiences, as you drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably, asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And this sleep story is about you wandering into a grand house. And as you look around this grand house, you walk in through the entrance. You see a coat rack to one side, a little table in the entrance hall to the other side, a grand staircase leading up stairs. You walk along the corridor and you turn into the living room. And you look around the living room. You go and look at the pictures on the walls, the clock on top of the mantelpiece above the fireplace, the wall of books, taking a look at the spines of those books, perhaps pulling one of the books down and having a flick through it before putting it back, and sitting down in one of the comfortable chairs. And you sit there and wait for your host to return. And they invited you here to help them with something they had discovered in this house. And they felt that maybe you'd be able to figure out what's going on. And so you sit and wait. And after a little while, the host walks in with a smile on their face. You stand up from a seat. They put their hand out to shake. You shake the hand. They thank you for coming along. And they say that they bought this house, as seen, a little while ago. And they find that there's a lot of really interesting and unusual items through this house. But the most unusual item is just off the back corridor, and they show you through the house, cutting through the rooms from the living room to the dining room, through to a reception room, before cutting back into the hallway around the back of the house. And in front of you in this hallway is an ornate grandfather clock, and it's ticking away with its familiar regularity. And the host describes how it may seem like a normal grandfather clock, and when they moved in, they just thought it was a nice piece in the corridor. They didn't really think much more of it. And then on their first night in this house, they were awoken by a strange sound coming from downstairs. So they headed down the stairs, following the sound. And they noticed there was something unusual about this grandfather clock as it struck midnight. And it's a little while from midnight yet, so they ask if you would like to have something to eat, enjoy the evening before midnight arises. That with regularity every midnight, this grandfather clock does this unusual thing that they can't explain. And so you enjoy the evening, you eat a good meal, you sit and talk in the living room with your host. And then, as midnight approaches, your host says, let's stand up and let's walk through to the corridor. And you both walk through to the corridor. And in the corridor, you stand and can see the grandfather clock approaching midnight. And as the needle strikes midnight, it makes a click, and then a strange whirring sound happens. And that whirring begins to come from the clock face. And a blue light begins to spread out, almost in pulses. And then a bubble of light begins to circle out from the grandfather clock, a little way out into the corridor. And the host and yourself are stood just back from where the light reaches. And the host says that this is what they saw on the first night, and they kept back and didn't know what was going on, and tried to work it out. And as soon as it strikes 12:01, this disappears and everything goes back to normal. And they said that on the second night the same thing happened, and the third night the same thing happened. By the fourth night, they were curious and wanted to know what was going on. And so they prodded something into the circle of light. And as they did so, it was as if they were just pushing something forward in normal air. And they retracted what they were prodding, and they felt what they were prodding. It didn't feel or seem any different. And so, on the fifth night, they threw something into the circle. And it didn't come out the other side of the circle as they expected. And then exactly at 12:01, the object they threw in just fell to the floor. But they don't know much more about it. It was after that, when they were thinking there is something strange going on here, something they really can't explain, that they got you involved. Because you're used to exploring strange phenomena. And you think to yourself that this is incredibly strange phenomena, something you've never seen before. And you see that it's approaching 1 minute past midnight. And so you take a risk and decide to just step into the blue light. And as you step into the blue light, suddenly the light seems to disappear. And you can see around yourself. You can see the host stood there motionless. You can see the clock motionless, stuck between a tick and a tock. And you look around you and you realize that time seems to have stood still, that you can move, but everything outside of you, everything outside this circle, seems to be stationary. And so you walk around, you walk to leave the circle, and as you leave the circle, you realize everything is still stationary. But as you're leaving the circle, so you can see back in the circle a scrunched up looking version of yourself just inside the entrance to the circle, just where you stepped in. And you walk around in the building and you take a closer look at this grandfather clock. You open the grandfather clock up and you can see a pulsing purple column in the middle of the grandfather clock, almost as if that's what's powering this clock. And you walk through the house, you walk out of the house, and you can see cars in the street, people walking, a bat mid-flight, all frozen in time. You explore all the way down the street. You head down to the 24-hour shop. And everyone in the 24-hour shop is frozen in place. And you notice that it seems like the whole world has frozen. And you head back, you walk back to that clock. And so you step back into that circle and you can see that figure looking like a shell of where you stepped in. And then the clock strikes 1 minute past 12. Time unfreezes. And you realize that time wasn't necessarily frozen. It was just traveling so incredibly slow that you could barely notice time passing, because the clock had managed to strike 1 minute past. And from your perspective, when everything was frozen, that shouldn't have happened. And so you explained to the host that when you walked in to the circle, time seemed to stand still, but you think it was just moving incredibly slowly. That when they threw something in to the circle, it hovered in that circle with time running slow. And because it was inanimate, it didn't move itself around. It stayed where it went when it was thrown into the circle. And then as soon as the time hit 1 minute past, it fell to the floor. And you opened up the grandfather clock. You showed off the workings of the clock and explained you think that this has somehow been made as a machine to stop time, or to at least slow time right down. And the setting seems to be that every day at midnight it does so for 1 minute of clock time. And you don't know how long passes of time for anyone who's within that frozen time. And so you agree to stay for many more nights to explore this further. One thing you observe on the next night, when you enter that space a little sooner, is that you can't change the time, you can't snap out of it. If you go in sooner, you end up spending even longer with everything around you seeming to be frozen. And so you don't know the purpose and what it was used for to freeze at midnight, because there isn't a lot happening for you to decide to go and do at midnight. But you spend many nights exploring this with the host before leaving this house, having investigated as far as you feel is necessary for you. Pleased to be heading home to your own bed, where you so comfortably and relaxed drift and float peacefully asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you fall comfortably asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And you're sat at home on a porch overlooking your back garden, gazing out over the most beautiful garden. And you can see the flowers in the garden, the butterflies and bees flying among those flowers, the birds in the trees, the sounds of the birds singing. And you're sat on the porch in a chair, looking out over the garden, while carving a wooden carving of an eagle, and you're carefully carving that wooden eagle, carefully shaping its wings, its body, shaping its head, carefully carving its beak and its legs. And you've been working on this carving for some time. And as you finish carving this eagle, so you're incredibly proud of how it looks like it's turned out. And you place that carving down beside you, once complete. And you like the smoothness of the carved wood. And you just sit here, enjoying, relaxing outside for a while on your porch, having finished that carving. And then after a little while, as tea time is approaching, you take the carving inside, and you have a spot on your bookcase that you've made available especially for this carving once finished. And so you place that carving on the bookcase. And you look at that carving and you're really proud of what you've done, of how it has turned out. And while you're looking at that carving on your bookcase. You notice a white glow seeming to emanate and form around the carving, and you're taken aback a little by this unusual experience as that white glow begins to pulse and spreads out from the carving into the room, and spreads out to you, and then you notice some movement within that pulsing glow. And in that movement, you think you see the wings of the eagle beginning to flap and move, and its head beginning to move. And then as that pulsing calms down, you see a living eagle standing on the shelf, and you reach out tentatively to touch that eagle, partly out of curiosity and disbelief, and partly just to stroke the eagle that's sitting there. And as you touch the eagle, so you almost feel like you get a shock through your body from your hand that seems to also be a bit of a psychic shock. And it gives you a jolt, like a white flash through your body and mind. And as that white flash clears, you notice that your hand is touching that carved wooden eagle on the shelf. And you blink and rub your eyes, trying to make sense of the experience, sure that the eagle looked like it was alive a moment ago. And you hear a voice in your mind telling you that you've just absorbed the spirit of the eagle. And you're curious what that means. And this voice in your mind tells you that by carving in that special wood, by putting something of yourself into the wood in the carving that you did from your own imagination, the creature you carved was to be your spirit animal that would be able to guide you and support you and give you additional skills for the future. And you don't really understand what this means. And that voice of that spirit eagle says that as an eagle, and you absorbing the spirit eagle, you've absorbed the ability to have intense focus, to see details that others don't notice, to be able to see the bigger picture and rise above what's going on below. To have the ability to notice opportunities and strike when the opportunity arises, if you wish to do so. And the eagle shares what skills you have gained. And you find this a strange sensation as you become aware that your brain seems to be thinking slightly differently, that you are still you, but you seem to be seeing the world clearer than you remember, and in a slightly new way. And with this thought, you walk out into the back garden to get some fresh air. And as you're getting some fresh air, so the voice of the eagle says that it's time for them to evaporate, to pass on, to be fully absorbed into who you are, and that they will now be a part of you. And you realize from this point on that you suddenly have this increased ability to focus your awareness when you are carrying out tasks, to be able to see the bigger picture when you're looking at situations and talking with people, to be able to focus on that which is important to you in any one moment. You seem to be able to have a better ability at taking opportunities when they arise. And you realize that carved eagle on your bookshelf, as time goes on, is more precious and important than you had realized it ever could have been. And every day, even as the experience that you went through seems more like a distant dream, that carved eagle on the bookshelf reminds you of how you developed these new skills. And at night, you settle down in bed and you find it easy to focus on drifting asleep. And as you focus on drifting asleep, so you peacefully and comfortably and deeply fall asleep, sleeping soundly all night long, and awakening refreshed and revitalized in the morning, just drifting, floating deeply and relaxed, asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to drift comfortably asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And it's a sleep story about finding yourself motorcycling on a Harley Davidson, and you're heading down America. And you're traveling from state to state, going deeper and deeper down America. And you're on a road trip on your own, enjoying the peace and solitude. And as you travel down America, so you experience the colder weather as you start traveling. You travel along past lakes and mountains, and you follow a predominantly straight road for as much of the journey as possible, taking the most direct route that you can take from your starting point down to where you plan on finishing. And as you travel along, so you encounter different environments. You encounter hilly areas with not much around, where you can look in all directions and all you see are just hills of grass, different shades of greens and browns. And very occasionally you encounter places to stop, refuel, perhaps grab a bite to eat, before continuing on, seeing very little else. Other times you pull in to a small town, and you see these small towns with just a few venues, occasionally stopping at the small towns to spend a night sleeping in a local hotel or bed and breakfast. In a local hotel, before continuing on your journey. And sometimes you'll skirt past large cities, and you'll see them towering on the horizon, skyscrapers stretching up into the air. Sometimes clouded nearer to the ground, with just the towers raised up from your view. And you'll continue your journey on, sometimes through incredibly flat land, where you can look in all directions, and it seems almost perfectly flat all the way out to the horizon and beyond. And you continue on, passing these dry and arid flat areas, passing into dry and arid areas with hills and mountains, seeing small towns, stopping at some of those towns, refueling your bike, and resting in hotels when you arrive at towns. And sometimes there's nowhere to stop, and so you just pull off the road, travel a little way off from the road, doing your best to tuck yourself out of sight of the road, and setting up a tent, setting up a campfire in front of the tent, cooking up some food for yourself, before resting back and watching the most beautiful night sky overhead, seeing the dots of satellites carefully moving across the sky, seeing the bright dots of planets, the multitude number of dots of the vast number of dots of stars twinkling in the sky overhead. And occasionally noticing slight colour and almost like slight clouds in the sky among the stars beyond the atmosphere. And then the next morning, having drifted and floated comfortably asleep and awoken to the sounds of nature, you pack everything away and continue your journey. And you continue your journey, travelling down from state to state, travelling through the states. And as you travel down through the states, so you begin to encounter slightly more lush environments, sometimes travelling a little nearer to the coast as you continue travelling down through the states. And seeing more vibrant life, plants and animals, and different styles of houses and dwellings to live in, and more lush grass and meadows. Continuing that journey until eventually you arrive at your destination on a beach in the south of America. You park up your Harley Davidson. You set up a tent on the beach, enjoying your first night at your final destination. And as you rest in your tent, eating some food that you've made at the campfire, you enjoy reviewing your trip, reviewing how far you've come, the different environments you passed through, the environments which were easier, the environments which were more of a challenge. And the plan is to deliver the bike the next day to its owner, having transported it all the way down America for them. And then you'll be making a series of train journeys to head all the way back home, all the way back to the top of America. And those train journeys will give you plenty of chance to stop at different towns and cities, taking a little while to journey back, where you can enjoy the journey. And so you drift asleep in that tent, listening to the sounds of the ocean, the sounds of the water rolling onto the shore. And the next day, you deliver the bike to its owner. You get thanked and paid for your service before enjoying your journey back home, travelling on a train from there to a town, making multiple train journeys, and on arrival home, you feel that pleasure of being away from home for a while and finally getting a chance to rest in your own bed. And so, once home, you settle down in your bed. You feel the comfort of settling down in your own bed and drifting and floating so deeply, so comfortably and relaxed, asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And you can find yourself rowing in a dinghy down a river in a jungle. And you can hear the jungle sounds of the birds in the jungle, of monkeys in the jungle, of various other animals. And perhaps you can feel a sense of how much more noise there is in the jungle than perhaps at first you think. And the sound of the river that you're travelling along. And you can use the oar to paddle one side and then the other, one side and then the other, travelling along this river deeper and deeper into the jungle, in search of a lost civilization that you've heard about that's here. And in front of you, on the floor of the dinghy, you have a map open, and you keep looking down at the map just to check your location. Do you have a compass resting on that map that helps you to make sure that you're following the right parts of this river? Because the river occasionally splits into more parts, following different routes, and sometimes has bits which veer off at sharp angles, and other times has bits which weave around before getting back on direction. And so you want to make sure that you keep following just the right bits of river. And you can feel the warmth of the sun out here in the river, where you don't have the protection of the shade of the trees. And after a while you reach a point where you feel that you can pull in to the shore and make the rest of the journey on foot. And so you pull your dinghy in over to the shore, climb off the front of the dinghy, pull it up onto the shore, and you tie the front of it to a tree. You then take your backpack out of the dinghy, gather up the map and the compass. You place them in your pocket, and you begin to hack your way through this dense jungle. And it's hot and hard work as you hack your way through. And after some time of hacking and slashing your way through this dense jungle, you stop briefly for a break, and you clear a space on the ground so you can place somewhere to sit. You sit and take a break for a little while, catch your breath, and just close your eyes and listen to the jungle around you for a moment, and begin to just breathe and relax. Breathe and relax. And after doing that, you pack everything away and continue your journey, heading deeper into the jungle, until eventually you arrive at a location that looks like there were once buildings here, but now there's just ruins, almost totally overgrown by the jungle. And you explore those ruins. There are trees growing on and out of ruins, roots encroached around ruins, crumbling through the ruins. And among some of the roots, you notice an entrance into what looks like it was once a temple. And so you head down through those roots, turn on your torch, and walk down to investigate. And you follow some steps down, deeper and deeper under the ruins, until you reach what looks like a doorway. You open the door, walk through the door, finding yourself in a wider chamber. And you see that this chamber looks like it has something that you can set on fire to illuminate the chamber. And so using a lighter, you set that on fire, and down one side, a row of flame spreads, and you do the same down the other side, and a row of flame spreads down that side. And that flame illuminates this chamber, and you walk into the chamber and through the chamber. And as you get further into this chamber, it begins to echo increasingly as it gets larger and larger. And then it gets smaller and smaller, ending at a door. And you open that door, and it almost looks like daylight again. And you can see grass and forest and sky that's blue with clouds, and yet you know you're deep underground. And you can see a village in the middle of this chamber. And as far as you can see, this land just seems to go on and on in all directions. And so you descend down towards the village. You can see people interacting and seeming to work and be doing other jobs in this village. So you head down to the village. And you can hear them talking among themselves. And you recognize the language as being an ancient language that very few people know many words of. And at first, the first person to spot you is surprised by your presence. But then they welcome you. They greet you incredibly friendly. They invite you to a feast in your honor. And that night here it seems to turn dark as if it's night time, except there's no stars in the sky. They hold a feast by firelight, with dancing around the fire, and sitting and eating food and drinking drink. And then one of them comes over to talk to you, and they seem quite senior here. And they talk to you about this place, and you ask them where this place is, why they're here. And they explain that many generations ago, a visitor arrived who told them that there was going to be a cataclysm, and that they had to keep themselves safe from that cataclysm. This visitor told them that they weren't supposed to interfere, but they knew something that these people didn't know, and they just couldn't ignore it. And so, using their advanced technology, they created this location deep under one of their temples. And when the day came, they were told they needed to go down into the temple, down into this location, and some of them refused and said they didn't believe what was coming. But many of them came down here. And they don't know exactly what happened. They were told that fire was going to come from the sky. But when they went back to check a few days later to see what the world was like, all they could see was fire and ash, and the air was difficult to breathe, and they thought it had been the end of the world. And so they closed themselves off and they came here. They didn't realize until seeing you appear that it wasn't the end of the world, that things changed and improved, and they don't know when things changed and improved. They just know that for generations no one has ever left this area. They've continued to live here and have their community here, believing that here is safe, and that the stories are that there's only death and destruction, that it's not safe outside of this area. And so they've never been and re-explored. And so you explain what it's like out there, and that they're probably talking about perhaps a comet or an asteroid striking the planet. Maybe striking this location, and that for a period of time that would have caused fires and other problems locally. But the planet has recovered from that. But they've made this their home now, and they say that they're happy with the way their community is going. And you leave this location. You head back the way you came, and you decide to not share the exact location with anyone. As you leave, and you think about how you'll write up your experiences and record your experiences. And you head home, and it's a long journey. But once home, you enjoy the experience of relaxing down in bed and drifting and floating so peacefully, so comfortably asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And you find yourself in a hot air balloon, and you're with a small group of people. And you're all here just hovering above the British countryside, gazing down at the patchwork of fields and strips of trees and little clusters of trees on hilltops, small villages with churches near the centre, dotted among the hills, fields of sheep and cows, and some fields of chickens, the occasional field with some horses. And you can notice some fields with deer grazing, and fields with large, rolled up bales of hay. You can notice as you hover silently above the British countryside, the sight of fields of lavender, with the smell wafting all the way up to you here in this hot air balloon. Bright yellow fields, fields of sunflowers, and you just drift and float in this hot air balloon high above the British countryside down there. And occasionally the person flying the hot air balloon will let some more hot air into the balloon, rising you up a little bit further. As you look all the way out towards the horizon, you can see the coastline and the distant horizon of the sea beyond the coastline, the way the sun shines on the ocean, reflecting across the water. The clouds still high above you. Feeling the breeze of the air on your cheeks as you continue to drift so peacefully, calmly through the sky in the hot air balloon above that British countryside. And while drifting through the air, being taken in a direction that the wind takes you, you have this sense of this being a very trusting way of travelling, that you take off and you've no idea exactly where you're going to be going or where you're going to be landing. A lot of it comes down to trusting the weather to take you to where you'd like to go. And it's also a pleasantly slow experience, drifting through the sky, just adding hot air to continue that drifting. And then when the time is right, they stop releasing hot air into the balloon, and gradually the balloon begins to descend. They release some of the air from the balloon, increasing its descent to help it to aim to a specific location in a field. And it descends at a comfortable speed until the basket so gently touches down in the field, and you exit that basket. And a vehicle turns up to collect you and takes you back to a specific destination where, with the others who were on the same flight as you, get to have a drink and a small party and get to talk among yourselves about the experience, to share photos you had taken, before at the end of the day you head off back home. And once home, you sit down and go through those photos, and you choose the ones that look best. And you look closely at those photos to see what you can see in them, to see what you had a view of, to see if there was anything that you missed while you were just snapping pictures and flying overhead so gracefully. And after looking through those pictures, reminiscing about the experience you've had that day, you select some pictures that you would like to print off, that you can keep and place on your memory wall, a wall of photographs, because you're aware that many people nowadays take photographs and they just sit on a computer or a memory card. And so from time to time, you like to turn some of those photographs into real printed photographs that you add to your memory wall, that just shares a couple of photos from different key memories each year, so that you can look at it and glance back over memories from this year, glance back over positive memories from the previous years, all the way back to your childhood. All photographs that bring a smile to your face. And so you add those photos to your photograph wall, to that memory wall. And then you enjoy an evening meal. Enjoy relaxing in an evening in the living room, in the most comfortable chair. And then going out and sitting in the back garden just for a little bit before bed to get some fresh air, to gaze up at the night sky, breathing in that fresh air as you just watch those stars twinkling in the sky. As you gaze up, looking out for any shooting stars that you can make a wish by. And then after a little while of enjoying the view, of breathing in the most relaxing way, to help you to be in the right frame of mind and body for comfortably drifting asleep, you then head indoors. You go up to your bedroom. You settle down in bed, and you comfortably and relaxed begin to drift and float asleep. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, so you have that feeling of flying and floating, almost like you're flying and floating in a hot air balloon, but without the hot air balloon, just drifting and floating through the sky, through the clouds, observing that land below. And you allow those thoughts to just absorb you while you continue drifting deeper and more relaxed, peacefully and deeply asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, I'm just going to tell this story about you finding yourself walking along through a town centre, and in the distance you can hear some circus music. And so you walk towards that circus music sound to investigate what's going on there. And you walk down the road past shops, hearing the sounds of people mumbling around you, the sounds of coffee machines as you pass coffee shops. Continuing to walk, hearing people talking outside cafes, sitting on the street. And then you turn off this street down a quieter street where you can hear the circus music increasing in volume. And at the end of this street, in the field down there, you can see a large circus tent. And you walk towards that circus tent. And you see that tent in the field. And you can see people walking around, walking to stands, different stools, different activities to do in this area. But the thing that stands out most is that circus tent. And you walk along into that area, walking past coconut shies, walking past a very basic roller coaster and a couple of other rides, walking past a hooker duck pond, and continuing to explore this area. And a part of it brings back memories of childhood as you walk around to the entrance to the circus tent. And the sound of the music is coming from the tent, playing from speakers around the outside of the tent, almost as if it's supposed to draw people in. And you head into the tent, and it's quieter in the tent than outside of it. And as you walk into the tent, so it's been designed to look mysterious. You walk down a corridor, and on your left and on your right, you can notice that there are mirrors that are distorted to distort how you look as you walk past them, with one mirror stretching the image of you, making you look tall and skinny, and the next mirror compressing you, making you look short and wider, and the next mirror compressing the top half of you while leaving the bottom half of you normal. The next mirror compressing the bottom half of you, leaving the top half normal. And another mirror compressing the middle of you while stretching the top and bottom. Another mirror compressing the bottom and stretching the top. Another mirror compressing the top and stretching the bottom. And you spend a few moments looking at yourself in the different mirrors, bending your legs, bobbing yourself up and down in front of the mirrors to see what you look like as you stretch up and down across the range of the mirror. And you step back and you step forward and you tilt left and you tilt right. You put your arms out, you stretch your arms up, you put your arms down beside you. And then you continue walking on beyond those mirrors. And it appears that the entrance to the tent is made up of a mirror maze. And so you go from one set of mirrors to another. You walk into this mirror maze and you very carefully begin to walk through this maze, holding your hand slightly out in front of you. And you imagine it should be easy to know when you're about to hit a pane of glass or a mirror, because it should stand out. You should recognize it as being there. But you discover that it's harder than it seems. And so you carefully navigate your way round this mirror maze, occasionally bumping into walls and having to turn around, find your way back out, navigate around a bit further. And you can see in the distance a couple of other people much further on than you are, who are working their way through this maze. And after a while, you exit the maze. And as you exit, so there's a circus performer who greets you and says that they're going to take you on a circus assault course, and that this is a free experience to help you to recapture the joy of childhood. And they support you in walking along a narrow log, balancing on that log. And while you're balancing on that log, they teach you about balance. They teach you how to use your arms and your legs. And at the end of the log, you have to step up onto a post and then walk along a wire. And you have to put those balancing skills to good use. Walking slowly and carefully, balancing on that wire. And then they have a trampoline, and you have to jump down on the trampoline and up onto a foam mat the other side of the trampoline. And so you jump off the post, bounce on the trampoline and land on that mat. And walk along the mat. And that mat takes you to a large, long, spinning log that's covered in foam. And you have to carefully walk along that spinning log that's just spinning very slowly. And so you balance as you walk along that spinning log and then descend the other side. And then to get through the door, you have to pick up a custard pie and throw it to hit a large red button on the wall. And you have 3 throws of custard pies before managing to strike that button square on the centre, opening the door to a sound of success. The door opens, you walk through. And you don't know what to expect. You've just gone with the flow, absorbed in what you're doing. And then, in this room, there's a circus performer who says that they're going to teach you to juggle. And they hand you some balls. And they tell you to throw one ball in the air, catch it in the other hand. Throw it in the air, catch it in the other hand, and just get used to throwing it up, roughly at eye level, letting it fall down so it arches over and lands in the other hand. Then they give you a second ball and tell you to throw one in the air, and as it's falling to the other hand, throw the ball from the other hand across to that hand. And so you do this a few times, throwing a ball in the air, and before it reaches the other hand, you throw the ball from the other hand and catch it in the opposite hand, throwing it acrosswards. And they tell you to do 3 balls, to throw one in the air, and while it's in the air, as it's approaching its peak, throw one across to the other hand, from the hand that's got just one ball in. And then as that's travelling to the hand that's still got a ball in, while the ball is falling from the air down to your hand that you've just released the ball from, throw the other ball up into the air. And while that's falling down to your hand, the other ball will have reached your hand, and so you can throw it across. And so you start with 2 balls in one hand, And when one bull is approaching the apex of the throw, the hand that bull's heading down towards, you throw the ball from that hand over to the other hand. But then, because there's already a ball in that hand, you throw that second ball up into the air, just as the first ball has reached the apex, so that that ball then reaches the apex as the other ball reaches the first hand, as the ball that was in that first hand travels to the opposite hand. And they tell you that once you've thought about this for a few moments, just forget thinking about it and just do instead of thinking. Just keeping those balls moving. And it takes a few goes and a bit of practice, but you end up deeply pleased with yourself as you grasp the process of juggling, and you find that when you try to give it too much conscious attention, your hands don't seem to know what to do and you drop the balls. Whereas when you're just observing those hands doing their job, those hands seem to do a perfectly good job of throwing those balls and juggling 3 balls in that way. And that evening, after you've spent some time roaming around the circus tent, learning different circus skills, all taught to bring fun to people, you practice a bit of juggling at home, bringing a smile to your face before heading to bed and drifting and floating so peacefully, so comfortably and deeply, relaxed, asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll fall asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background, and you wake up one morning having had the most incredible night's sleep. And it's a night's sleep better than anything you've had in such a long time, that you somehow managed to instinctively just happen to fall asleep the correct number of hours before you needed to wake up, so that you went through all the stages of sleep in a first cycle, and then you went through all the stages of sleep in a second cycle, and a third cycle, and a fourth cycle, and you woke up at the end of the 5th cycle, rather than going to sleep at the wrong time, and then when you wake up, waking up at the wrong point in your sleep cycle. And so you hope that you're going to do this more often in the future, because you've woken up almost bouncing out of bed, feeling so full of energy, feeling alert, revitalized, feeling fresh-faced, and looking forward to the day ahead. And you head downstairs and you have some breakfast, and you head outside and you decide to go for an early morning walk, and you walk down the road and you turn into a park, and you go for a brisk walk through the park, seeing others out walking, ambling along with their dogs. Some people walking with children beside them, sometimes the children running off and playing, sometimes the dogs running off and playing. And you can smell the fresh, clean morning air. You can feel the sensation of breathing in that clean morning air, in through your nostrils and out through your mouth. Almost like it's being breathed in and filling your body with a pleasant, healing sensation. And you find as you arrive back home that starting the day this way, having had a good night's sleep, seems to really help you to focus, to see things clearly, seems to help your brain to work so much better and more efficiently, as if your brain's been totally reset. And you find this such an incredible sensation. And you head off to work, and something about that good night's sleep means that any challenges for the commuting, for the day at work, anything that would ordinarily have caused you stress, is like water off a duck's back. It seems to just wash over you and be insignificant. That when you're told something that you can learn from, you take the learning. But when things are unimportant, it just seems to drift by. And at the end of your workday, you go and sit down by a river before you head home to make the most of the last of the daylight. And as you sit down by the river, you see some sticks just drifting along on that river, so easily, so effortlessly. It doesn't matter whether those sticks are large or small, they drift by just the same. And you can feel the cogs in your brain almost whirring and working, as if to make a connection between that stream and those sticks, and your experiences of life. And you watch as a number of different sticks drift downstream, and the sun sets in the background. And just as the sun is fully setting, and the sky is glowing the most beautiful oranges and reds, you make your journey back home. And once home, you prepare some food. And as the food is preparing, you sit and read a bit of a book. And after reading for a little while, you hear the alarm that lets you know the food is done. And you consume the food. And that evening you sit in bed. And you read a book in bed. And you think about what time it was that you went to sleep the night before. And you can see that time is approaching, and you wonder whether, by settling down at that time, you might have another good night's sleep. And so, as that time approaches, you put a bookmark into the book and place that book down beside you. You turn off the lights and settle down in bed. And quickly you drift and float so peacefully, so relaxed asleep. And to your pleasant surprise, the next day you awaken once again, feeling fresh-faced, clear-headed, full of energy, feeling like you've had the most perfect night's sleep. And in the past you've fallen asleep early, but earlier than this time, and in the past you've fallen asleep later than this time. But you've never really paid much attention to exactly when you fall asleep. You've just gone to bed when you feel ready to go to bed. Sometimes you stay up a bit too late because you're busy. You've got things you want to be doing. Other times you feel really tired, and so you end up trying to go to bed early. But you've never noticed that if you go to bed at this exact time, at the right time for you, you awaken at the right time, feeling so refreshed, revitalized for the day. And just like yesterday, you go through this day, going out for a walk, enjoying some time going out for a walk in the morning, before cracking on with your day, and at the end of the day, staying outside for a little while until it begins to get dark, and then heading home, making yourself some food while you read a book, and then in the evening reading some more book when you go to bed. And for a few more nights, you practice going to bed at this exact same time, and each time you have the same experience, that you awaken feeling so refreshed and full of energy, and you begin to notice as you get ready in the morning that your skin seems to be looking younger and more elastic. You begin to notice that you don't seem to have as many aches and pains, that you seem to generally feel a bit healthier, and you generally feel that you look healthier. And you notice that this seems to just improve over time. And from time to time, you test out going to bed at a different time to see if it really is about the time you go to bed. You go to bed a little bit early, but then you wake up on time, but don't feel so great. You go to bed a little bit late, and you wake up on time, but don't feel so great. And so you realize there's this sweet spot, this ideal time for you to sleep. And when you sleep at that ideal time, it's easy and effortless to make it through a day. Handling stress is easier, and challenges, and you feel more physically fit and healthy. And you're surprised at how different you can be as a person from a small change like falling asleep half an hour earlier or half an hour later, just at that ideal time. And like many other nights lately, you look forward to heading to bed, reading your book, having this new routine, before putting your book aside and drifting and floating so peacefully, so comfortably, asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, you can imagine yourself walking in to a clothes shop. And this clothes shop makes tailored, fitted clothes designed for each individual that comes in. They don't sell off the rack clothes. You come in, you decide what kind of clothes you would like, what style you would like, and they measure you up. And then they make those clothes, and you come back and you collect them. And so you come into this shop, you look at the different samples they have, the different types of styles of clothes they have on display. You select what you would like to have made for you. And the person designing the clothes for you is so kind and polite and engaging. And they measure up your height, your shoulders, they measure your arms. They take all of your measurements necessary for the clothes they're going to make you. And ordinarily, people want to just go away, then come back the next day to collect their finished item. But you decide that you'd like to pay a little extra to have it made during the afternoon, to have it made the same day. And you say that you would like to hang around, you'd like to see how they make the clothes. And so they allow you to watch as they prepare your clothes for you, as they go and get the fabrics you chose. And they cut off specific amounts of the fabrics to take with them. And they have some fabric to go underneath, which they cut as well. And they head through to a back room, and you follow them. And you sit down in a seat by the window. And the window looks out the back of the shop, over some gardens, and over some trees. And it's the most peaceful, relaxing view, and you imagine that the staff here must quite like being able to sit out in the garden, or even sit just inside looking out in the garden. And as this person creates your item of clothing, they talk with you and you talk with them about what it is that they're doing. They draw all the outlines for the garment on the fabrics. And then they place some of the bits of fabric together, and using the sewing machine, they sew those bits of fabric together. And you watch as they do that, listening to the rhythmic sound of the sewing machine, and noticing there seems to be a certain rhythm to the way that they work. And they quickly manage to get through, attaching different bits of material together. And you watch as your garment begins to form into the final product. And as they're putting that garment together, once there's enough of the garment, they drape it over a mannequin, and that helps them to then be able to see how it's coming along and to make sure that everything's correct and to make any minor adjustments to it while it's on the mannequin. And you watch as your garment is gradually put together. And then once it's complete, it's inside out, and so they turn it in the right way. and they put it on a hanger and into a bag, and they present you with the completed item. And you know that it's a one-off item, totally custom made. It's made high quality, it's going to last a lifetime. And part of the deal is that if there are minor adjustments and repairs that need making, they're happy for you to bring the garment back, and if they can make the adjustment or repair quickly or easily, they'll make that adjustment. Sometimes they'll even remove a section of material and restitch new material in its place, if they happen to have that material in stock. And you thank them for that garment before leaving this shop. And you begin to head home, carrying that bag in your hand. And while walking home, you're curious to try on that item, looking forward to getting home. And when you arrive home, you delay your gratification for a little while, making yourself something to eat, relaxing for a little bit, before then going and changing into that item of clothing and seeing what you look like in a mirror. You turn sideways, you turn around the other side, you face your back to the mirror and take a peek over your shoulder, and turn back round and look at the front, and you're incredibly pleased with the fit, that it feels like you're almost not wearing anything at all. It's such a perfect fit that whether you lean over, stretch your arms out, lift your arms above your head, lean to the left or the right, whatever movements you make, the garment is designed so perfectly for you and your body type and shape that it's almost as if it's completely unrestrictive, like you could almost not notice it's even there. And you know that it's an item of clothing you'll probably wear frequently. And you don't normally have the opportunity to buy such personalized items. And so it takes pride of place among the clothing that you have. And that night you settle down and drift so peacefully, so comfortably asleep, thinking about the experience of watching that garment being created, thinking to yourself how long it would have taken to learn how to get all the measurements that you would require to make sure that the garment you make has the movement for that wearer specifically. And you think to yourself what it takes to be able to design, cut, and sew together a garment like that. Designing an item just from ideas given by a client who has looked at a couple of different items and made a decision of what they would like, saying I'd like a little bit like this and a little bit like that, and trying to take what they've said and turn it into a coherent design that you can draw for a client, that they also then understand and is correct for you to make first time exactly what it is that they wanted and were envisaging in their head. And you think about how hard work that is and what a skill that is, and how you like the end result. And as you think about that day, that garment that's created for you, so you peacefully and comfortably relax and drift and float deeply asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And while you comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And you find yourself walking through some woodland. And as you walk through this woodland, so you're just enjoying the ambience. You're enjoying the sound of the leaves overhead rustling in the breeze, the way light dances through the canopy and dapples on the path before you, the sound of each footstep that you take, the smells of being out in this woodland. And you continue walking through this woodland, enjoying the relaxing experience. And as you continue walking through the woodland, you can notice the brown ground, the bark of the trees, but then you begin to notice an increase in ferns among the trees. And you don't remember really seeing ferns among the trees here before. But you just think maybe it's the time of year. Or maybe it's something that's just more pronounced now due to the weather. And you continue to walk through this woodland, and you can hear the sounds of birds, and the way the sound seems to echo through the woodland as the birds sing out. And then as you continue walking through the woodland, you hear a strange sound. And so you cut off the path to head towards that sound to investigate. And as you walk towards that sound, so you notice the ferns are increasing. And you know that in this direction, you're heading towards a chalk cliff that's here in the woodland. And this chalk cliff goes along one side of the woods, and at the top of the chalk cliff, higher up than the trees, are fields stretching for miles over hills. And you walk towards that chalk cliff. But unlike in the past when you've come along near the chalk cliff, there seems to be a tunnel, except that it seems just a black hole in the chalk. And it seems unusual, but you decide to walk up to it. And as you reach out towards it, confused by how deep black that hole is, you notice that it seems to almost be a portal, that your hand goes through something rather than going into a tunnel. That it's as if there is a portal there, not a deep hole. And you decide to continue investigating with curiosity. You can hear that the sound you could hear is coming from through this portal. You notice that there are ferns that seem to be growing out of the portal, and that this seems to be where most of the ferns are spreading from. And so you pass through that portal, and as you pass through it, almost instantaneously, you find yourself in another land, another time, perhaps even in the past. There seems to be no trees here, but there are many ferns, some incredibly large. And you walk among these ferns and you can hear that sound still. You continue heading towards that sound, and then you notice something unusual. You see a pterodactyl fly overhead, and you follow that with your eyes, and as you follow it, so you end up noticing an enormous dinosaur in front of you that at first was so large you didn't even register that it was a dinosaur. But now you noticed its long neck moving and sweeping from side to side, eating as it went, before then taking a giant step, and then another 3 giant steps, moving itself forward slightly, swinging its head from one side to another, eating vegetation that was higher up than your head, but about shoulder height for that enormous dinosaur. And as you pass across those ferns into a slightly better clearing, you notice this dinosaur isn't alone. It's almost like there's herds of them. There are many dinosaurs nearby to each other doing the same behavior. And you watch those dinosaurs with intrigue as they consume that food by sweeping their heads from one side to another. And you think to yourself that many pictures that you've seen depict these long-necked dinosaurs as having their heads up in the air, when in fact these ones you're seeing here have their heads outwards, almost on the same level as their back. And instead of trying to hold their head up high in the air, they swing their head almost like swinging a tail. They swing their head and they consume a lot of vegetation from one side all the way around to the other side of them, without having to move a step. And you think maybe this conserves energy, that for their size, maybe this helps them to be able to conserve energy while they feed. They just have to eat everything in reach of where their head is. And once they've done that, they just take a step forward and then consume everything in front of them again. And then they take a step forward and repeat the same again. And this seems so much more efficient than trying to hold their heads high up in the air and having to try and reach something high up or keep bending their head down low, but just to swoop their heads gently from side to side, from one side all the way through, eating, to the other side, and then back again. And occasionally they'll let out a sound a little bit like a whale call that seems to echo and ring out. It's almost like letting the others know that everything's fine. We can all stay here and continue moving forward together. And you watch these dinosaurs for a while. And then you see that the portal behind you is flickering. And so you go over to that portal, you dash back through the portal, having this sense that that's the sensible thing to do. And in a flash, the portal disappears. And there's just a chalk cliff there like normal, with some ferns seemingly embedded in the chalk cliff. And given the amount of ferns that have grown out from the portal, you wonder how long this portal stays open for and how frequently it opens. Because the ferns must have taken quite a while to have grown out of the portal and out into your land. And so you think to yourself, you're definitely going to revisit this area again. You don't want to be trapped necessarily on the other side. Now you know that the portal opens and closes. But you're confident that it definitely remains open far more than it has now. And it may have been open for some time, and you just happened to catch it as it was closing. And so you think to yourself that in the future, you're going to be smart about this. You'll come here, and you'll just observe this portal for some time. You'll observe when it opens, how long it stays open for when it closes, and write all this down and see if you can develop a pattern so that you can go and explore that ancient land of dinosaurs. To learn more about those dinosaurs and to see if that is your past or a different location. And for now you head back through the woods and you head all the way home, and as you drift asleep that night, you think about how you're going to explore and learn about the portal in the future. Think about whether there are more portals dotted around to be discovered, and wonder what may or may not be able to come through the portal, and what there could be the other side of that portal, and whether there's anything you need to do about the portal based on what you learn. And you think those things as you comfortably and relaxed drift and float peacefully asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, you can imagine yourself walking along a country bridleway, and there are tall hedges along either side. And among those hedges are brambles and blackberries growing. And occasionally you stop, you pick off carefully a few of those blackberries, and you place them in a little container. As you continue walking along a bit further, and as you're walking along, so you pop a blackberry from time to time into your mouth, tasting the sweet taste of the blackberries, smelling that blackberry smell as you continue to walk along, enjoying the sun. And as you continue to walk along, you can smell some mint down on the ground by the bush on one side. And so you pick some of that mint. You rub some of that mint between your fingertips and smell that mint smell before popping a leaf in your mouth and chewing that mint leaf and just enjoying your walk through the countryside. And you pass another walker who smiles and says hello, heading in the opposite direction. You say hello and return and continue to walk. And as you continue to walk, you're approaching a stile which, once you cross that, you'll head through a bit of woodland out into a meadow that will take you to an area where you can sit down by a stream. And so as you walk near the stile, you pick some nettles, you place them into that pot, and then you climb over the stile, walk into the woodland, feel the solidity of the compact mud beneath your feet, that dry mud as you walk through this woodland. Sounds of the leaves rustling overhead, the dappled light dancing on the path in front of you, the sounds of birds singing in the trees. And the bright light at the end of the woodland leading out into the meadow. And you climb over a stile at the end of the woodland. You walk out into the meadow of long grass, seeing dandelions blowing in the breeze, seeing daisies carpeted across that grass. As you walk towards the stream, and when you reach the stream, you place down a blanket. You put down your tub. You grab a bottle from your backpack. And it's a bottle that cleans water while being able to get the water into the bottle. And so you gather up some water as it filters that water into the bottle. And you go back to your blanket. You sit on your blanket and you get a small little stove out of your backpack. And you light a little fire in that stove. You place a bowl on top of the stove. Put some water in that bowl. And just rest back while that water heats up. And then as the water is approaching boiling, you gather up some of those ingredients, some nettles, blackberries, and some mint. Place it into the water, and you allow that to continue boiling for a little while as you gently stir it, smelling the smell of that tea that you're making. And after a while, you finish making that tea. You take that off the heat. You pour some into a cup and place it back down next to the fire. And you feel the warmth of that cup of tea between your hands. You blow across the top of it, noticing the steam come off as you blow. Just enjoying the atmosphere, enjoying the warmth of the day, the sounds of the trickling stream passing by as it bubbles along. Then as the tea cools just enough to drink, you take your first few sips, tasting the sweetness and the flavours of that tea. And you just rest here, enjoying drinking that tea. And after drinking the tea, you put your cup down. You stand up and have a little walk around, noticing some passion fruit flowers, and wanting to go over and investigate. As you go over and take a look at those curious flowers, the strange shapes to the flowers, the bold patterning and colours of the flowers. And you find it interesting how those flowers look. You take a closer look, carefully propping one up in the palm of your hand, feeling the smoothness of the petals. Really examining the intricate nature of that plant. Before heading back, pouring yourself another cup of your tea, drinking that cup of tea while resting by this stream, on this little amble out for the day. And then after having a couple of cups of tea, you pack everything away, pick up your blanket, pack the blanket away, and you begin your journey back home, walking back through this meadow, over the stile into the woodland, walking through that woodland until you reach the other end, climb over the stile, then continue to walk along the hedge-lined bridleway, again finding yourself just picking a couple of berries to eat during your walk as you head home. And on arrival home, you prepare your evening meal. You sit down for the evening after your meal. And when bedtime comes around, you head to bed. You settle down in bed, and you drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably relaxed, asleep.